Good morning. It's a little past 9 o'clock, so we're going to convene our Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for August 22nd. It's going to be back after 3 weeks or so. Madam Clerk, we call the roll.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And we'll go to additions or correction by County Council.
There are none today, Chair.
All right. We'll go to the closed session agenda. These are items 1A through quite a few here today through F. We'll go to any comments from the public. I don't see anybody in chambers. Anybody online?
There's one hands raised, Christian Snyder.
Okay. We'll allow 2 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. I noticed I'm on the agenda today and I appreciate that. I just wanted to say that I hope we can move forward and we can put this issue to rest as soon as possible. You know, I too have a family. They'd like to see me again. And I have to go, do the hard work now of rebuilding my life. So I hope will recognize what happened to me and allow me to go do that. Thank you for your time today.
Anyone else? Okay, see no one else. We'll close public comments for closed session agenda, and we'll recess for closed session. We'll be back at 10:30. Thank you.
test, podium mic test.
Good.
Staff one, staff one.
Good.
Staff two, staff two.
Good.
Mic number three, mic number three.
Good.
And mic number four, mic number four.
Good.
Mic number five, seat number five.
Good.
Mic number seven, mic number seven.
Good.
Mic number nine, mic number nine.
Good.
Mic number 10, seat 10.
Good.
And delegate 12, microphone number 12.
Good.
Yes, oh. Clerk's mic.
Perfect. And we need to make sure and do the wireless mic as well.
And wireless mic one, wireless mic one.
Wonderful. We are good to go. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
All right, it's a little past 10:30. Apologize for being late here. We're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
All right, and then we'll go to our interpreter, Maria Avila, to make the announcement about Spanish interpretation for today's meeting.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María, estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to ask our colleague, Supervisor Chris Lopez, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If we can all rise, please.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Lopez. We're going to go to any additions or corrections to the agenda by the clerk.
Yes, there are two. One is for item number 69 under consent calendar, general government. A revised board report was received and attachments A and B, as well as the resolution, were newly added. Under item number 73, consent calendar, public works, facilities and parks. Per the department, they request that this item be removed from the agenda at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to go to ceremonial resolutions. These are items 2 through 8. Before we make the presentation, we'd like to see if there's any comments from the public on any of these resolutions. See none, we can entertain a motion, please.
Move approval.
Moved by Lopez.
Second.
Seconded by Askew. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, the motion carries unanimously 5-0. Supervisor Askew, do you want to start first with yours? Okay. This is a resolution recognizing August 26, 2023 as National Dog Day in the county of Monterey.
All right, I think we have a couple special guests with us today and had a couple last minute to come on up. We had a couple additions at the last minute. So I know we have our district attorney, Janine Paccioni, who's here with our companion puppies. We've got folks from Animal Services, and I'm going to let others introduce themselves just to make sure I don't miss anyone. So come on.
I didn't see it.
While everyone joins us
The
up
first.
here, I do want to say National Dog Day is annually celebrated on August 26th and serves to galvanize the public to recognize the number of dogs that need to be rescued each year.
Then move forward here. Yeah.
And then come all the way up, stand up to right up here. National Dog Day also works to encourage responsible dog ownership of all breeds, mixes, pure and mixed dogs, embraces the opportunity for all dogs to live a happy, safe, and abuse-free life. Since the first National Dog Day in 2004, approximately 1 million dogs have been saved through adoptions nationwide. Here in Monterey County, we had about 707 dogs come through our county animal shelter last year, many of whom were returned to their owners because they had gotten loose, and many others who were adopted out into homes, and about a quarter of whom were transferred to rescue organizations who then proceeded to help those dogs find safe, abuse-free homes to live in. With this resolution today, we want to recognize that puppies and dogs bring joy to our lives in many ways. I've got one at home that brings me joy as well as frustration. But we also have service dogs who serve in our community in a number of different ways, and who we love. So in honor of National Dog Day, I'll pass the microphone around so everyone can introduce yourself. But we wanted to call the attention to the fact that Monterey County does have an animal shelter. We do adopt dogs out regularly. And we also have a number of dogs who serve as part of our county family on a regular basis to improve the lives of our residents. So thank you all for joining us here today as we honor National Dog Day. You just introduce yourself and
Absolutely. Hi, my name is Petra Lewis. I am with Hitchcock Road Animal Services. I am Animal Services Supervisor.
Hello, my name is Velisca Lujan. I am the Supervisor of Field Services servicing Monterey County and the City of Salinas.
Hello, I'm Leah Gast. I'm the Senior Animal Care Technician at Hitchcock Road Animal Services. Hi, I'm Alma Sanchez, and I'm the Program Manager for Victim Services within the DA's office and one of the handlers for Odie and Norma Jean.
I'm Chief Investigator Ryan McGurk with the District Attorney's Office and have the pleasure to bring a couple of these puppies home with me and to the lives of the victims in our county. Some joyous respite from unfortunate circumstances. They have to visit our office and they bring them some joy. So.
I'm Janine Paccioni, Monterey County District Attorney. Odie is going to be 10 years old. We're celebrating her 10th anniversary, her 10th birthday. She's been serving the DA's office and victims in our community for 7 years. She goes to court. She brings comfort to children and victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. And she was the first dog that we got in the office and in the county for facility dog. Norma Jean she's a baby. She's 3 years old and she's just starting her journey with our office. And they both live with Chief McGurk and he keeps them at home and brings them to work on a daily basis.
Well, I would argue that our board sometimes needs therapy dogs up here with us as well. But thank you all for joining us. Thank you for the work that you do to make sure that animals are safe in our community. For anyone who is a dog owner in our county, I just want to encourage you to get your animal, your pets, all of them, cats and dogs, spayed and neutered. We have services available at the SPCA, at Hitchcock Road, through local veterinarians and nonprofit organizations as well. So we encourage everyone to practice responsible pet ownership in celebration of National Dog Day. I will present this to our animal services team. Thank you so much. And if we could take a quick photo, thank you.
It's a great picture. Awesome. One more for Eric. That's the money shot right there. We give it one more round of applause to these amazing dogs that serve our youngest victims here in Monterey County. And many of us are dog owners. I want to really thank our colleague for bringing this resolution forward, and certainly want to encourage our community that if you're thinking about a pet, our animal shelter, SPCA for Monterey County are great places to get a pet. I adopted one 10 years ago as well, and it was one of the best addition to my family. So I really want to thank people who do this work day in and day out. The next resolution, we want to call up Daryl McGowan. This is a resolution proclaiming the month of August 2023 as Child Support Awareness Month in Monterey County. This was something that's very special to me because prior to ever getting in politics, I worked as a staff attorney for the Monterey County Superior Court. And every Tuesday we were in child support calendar, assisting self-represented litigants who were having to deal with these issues on our judicial branch. This resolution reads, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors hereby acknowledges the month of August 2023 as National Child Support Awareness Month. The Monterey County Department of Child Support Services continues to provide critical services to children by establishing parentage, obtaining court orders for support and health insurance, locating parents and assets, and enforcing those orders. The Monterey County Department of Child Support Services is strongly committed to promoting the health and well-being of all the community's children and connecting them with vital resources they need to thrive, and dedicated to assisting parents with services available to dads, moms, and legal guardians designed to be neutral, helpful, and fair. Child Support Awareness Month encourages Californians with this year's theme of different wants, different needs, one shared goal. That's why California Child Support Services across the state understands that every co-parent has different wants and needs for their children, but all have the same shared goal to see those children thrive. So therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors for the County of Monterey, on behalf of all our residents, hereby proclaims the month of August 2023 as Child Support Awareness Month in Monterey County. Thank you very much, and we love to present you with this resolution.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Daryl McGowan, Director of Child Support Services. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, board. It's my pleasure to announce that the month of August 2023 is designated as Child Support Awareness Month. Different wants, different needs, one shared goal. And that shared goal meaning that we want all children to thrive. So Child support is a critical resource for families. It helps ensure that children have the financial support that they need, clothing, shelter, food. Also helps for things like education, extracurricular activities, and healthcare. So when parents pay child support, it helps to level the playing field for all children, for children of all backgrounds. It ensures that children have the opportunity to reach their full potential, regardless of the circumstances of their family. So I also like to add that child support is not just about money, it's also about providing emotional support. So when both parents are involved in their child's lives, it sends a message to the child that they're loved and supported. And that can have a profound impact on the child's life. So I also want you to know that we have a dedicated staff of 80 staff members ready to engage with any parent who needs child support, whether you're paying or you're receiving child support. If you need our assistance, please contact us. In fact, we have some of our staff members out in the audience. So I want to take this moment to thank you for your dedication to the department and to the children and families of Monterey County. Additionally, we have locations at, our main location is in Salinas, 752 LaGuardia Street. We also have a co-locate office in King City at 116 Broadway Street at the Social Services Building. You can also contact us at 866-901-3212 or on our website, mcdcss.org. If you are in the area on August 30th at the Hartnell College Basic Needs Resource Fair, we'll have a booth out there, so come by and see us. Also, we'll be out at the Monterey County Fair August 31st through September 1st. We'll have a resource booth out there also. Definitely bring your child out on September 1st when I believe it's Kids Day, and we will have a prize wheel that they can spin for a fabulous prize. They'll just have to come out and see what it is. So in closing, I want to thank the board for providing support to our department all these years and helping to deliver the critical services that they need and that children need to thrive. So on behalf of myself and our 80 staff members, thank you so much for this resolution.
You want to invite your colleagues to come up for a photo? Do we have all the colleagues for the Department of Child Support Services come on up? Really want to thank you because you really do make a profound difference in the lives of these families. Having worked in the court many times, parents would dispute over the child support payment, but once they had their visitation, it became a very positive thing, having both parents involved in the child's life. So I really want to commend all your work today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for all the work. Thank you. This last resolution, I saw some of our community health workers show up, so I'm glad we saved this for last. But I want to call up the 7 organizations that here, all our community workers from Building Healthy Communities, the Center for Community Advocacy, the City of Gonzales, Mujeres en Acción, Pajaro Valley Prevention and Student Assistance, the Village Project, and the Community Foundation of Monterey County. Can you all come on up? This is a resolution proclaiming the week of August 28th, 2023 through September 1st, 2023 as Community Health Worker CHW Awareness Week in Monterey County. And this honors and thanks the community health workers and increases awareness of community health worker identity, role, impact on communities, leadership, and to encourage promotion of policies that respect, protect, and authentically partner with the community health worker profession. Maybe, when do you want to help me pass these out? So a different order. These are the frames here. Supervisor Askew will help me out here. I appreciate that. This resolution is the first time that this week has ever been recognized in Monterey County. The National Association of Community Health Workers has developed the first ever national campaign to celebrate and commemorate community health workers, CHWs, during the week of August 28th through September 1st, 2023. CHWs are individuals who are on the front line, public health workers who are trusted members of and or have an unusually close understanding of the community they serve. CHW is an umbrella term that can include promotoras, community health representatives, and over 90 other job titles. And under this umbrella term, for many decades, CHWs have remained a unique workforce, diverse in ethnicity, language, and culture, and recognized as health professionals by the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, the ACA. CHWs play a crucial role in societal healthcare efforts as documented in countless randomized controlled trials, systemic reviews, and ROI studies of CHW interventions, and are increasingly recognized for their contributions to addressing racial equity and social determinants of health by connecting individuals to basic needs and by organizing communities to address inequitable social conditions. At the start of the COVID pandemic, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security deemed CHWs essential and critical infrastructure workers, and in Monterey County, the virus Integrated Distribution of Aid, otherwise known as VITA, was a local example of the role CHWs played to support the reduction of COVID morbidity and mortality inequities for vulnerable communities, saving lives and contributing to the county's recovery from the pandemic. Therefore, today, the County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all of our residents, and we are very grateful to all of you, we hereby proclaim the week of August 28th through September 1st as the first ever Community Health Worker Awareness Week in Monterey County, and encourages the many community, agency, and business partners to support local, state, and national efforts that improve policies that respect, protect, and authentically partner with the CHW profession, and recognizes it as a vital local workforce in Monterey County, the state, and across our nation, and as an important driver to reduce racial health inequities. With that, we want to congratulate and salute you here today. Muchas gracias. We have one for every organization here today. And we want to pass the mic. Who's going to lead off on making some comments on behalf of the CHW professional? You want to start?
Oh, sure.
All right.
Yeah, we want to thank from the Village Project. My name is Jerry Robinson. This is Dwayne Schultz. We'd like to thank everybody, especially the Board of Supervisors, for this presentation. We'd also like to let people know that when the pandemic started, we actually tested 300 people on the first day. Other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. That's good.
Is that okay if I say
yes? Yes, please, of course. Yeah, somebody will jump. She'll speak in Spanish and you'll translate in English.
Creo que lo importante de esto fue que la gente que estaba viviendo en la comunidad se estaba dando cuenta de lo que estaba pasando y la necesidad tan grande que había de este servicio. Entonces, nosotros como CCA nos dábamos cuenta que el trabajo de promotores era muy importante y era la única manera de que se podía llegar a las familias y que tuvieran confianza de que los servicios que se estaban ofreciendo eran reales y eran necesarios. Entonces, creo que la confianza que teníamos nosotros ya con la comunidad, eso nos dio la oportunidad de poder ir a todas las organizaciones. O sea, creo que fue de la única manera que pudimos hacer el trabajo que se hizo, y por esa razón creo que me da mucho gusto que se reconozcan, ¿no? Como trabajadores comunitarios, los CHWs, y porque es un trabajo muy importante. Y gracias.
You want to translate?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, thank everybody about everybody recognizing all of this. It's been so hard to due to all of this. A lot of people knew about us. They came to us and it was very helpful.
All right. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, if I could, I just wanted to help interpret because there were some key points here that I want to make sure to touch. And so for those who were listening who were not Spanish speakers, what was shared was that there was a lot of confidence. There was a lot of thanks given to the community for opening their doors and being willing to welcome in the healthcare workers who came from the community because of the confidence that they had in groups like CCA and the relationships that they had built. They had the opportunity to play this role in the community. So they're thankful to the board and their leadership of community leaders, but more importantly, they're thankful to the community for opening their doors and welcoming them in and allowing them to be part of that key solution for the community. And they're thankful and proud of the job they were able to do. Thank you.
Supervisor and translator. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Adriana Mata, and I'm here with my colleague, Guillermina Silva. We represent the Pajaro Valley Prevention and Student Assistance, serving Pajaro and Las Lomas. It was not an easy job. I can say that with everybody here, I was not all the time providing direct services, but there were struggles. But I think the biggest struggle was like having that communication with our constituents, not because we couldn't communicate, but because we couldn't resolve the issues that they had. So we had a lot of families that were in suffering, that were in pain, they didn't know what to do. And I'm really grateful for the community health workers and the VIDA project for being available, for being those trusted messengers, and for also just being able to support the families in the current need that they currently had with COVID and anything else that was health related. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? Other organizations that want to say something?
Hi, my name is Alejandra Zavala. I'm the VIDA project coordinator from Community Foundation of Monterey County. And I just want to say that this collaboration was amazing. You know, all the partners got together, the organizations, and just like everyone's been saying, they came together to pivot as needs came up, right? First, it was COVID. We had the Pajaro floods. There was a lot of different situations where the VIDA CHWs came together and really pivoted to meet the needs of the Monterey County residents, right? So I just want to say that I'm very proud of all the CHWs and thank you all for your partnership.
Hola, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Marisela Acevedo de Mujeres en Acción y pues sí. Y pues nada más agradecer la oportunidad también. Qué bonito que se nos esté reconociendo como trabajadores comunitarios, que también fue un cambio muy grande para mí, muchos retos y que se nos haya dado la oportunidad de educarnos en todo este tiempo y también
I want to thank everybody for providing all the needs that we needed. I'm actually grateful about learning a lot of this, bringing everything to what it is, learning more than I expected.
Y prepararnos para poder trabajar con la comunidad y también poderles llevar que ellos adquirieran confianza con nosotros, porque en un principio no fue fácil, pero después pudimos llegar y quedarnos en nuestras comunidades para poderlas apoyar.
Also, I want to thankful for getting us prepared for helping the community, having the confidence from other people, and helping the community.
Y me siento muy orgullosa que me hayan dado esa oportunidad.
And I'm proud to have that opportunity.
After hearing all my peers say thank you, I just would like to say the work ain't finished. There's a lot of disasters we have went through. The community health workers are needed. We help a lot of homeless. We assist people with Medi-Cal. I help a lot of veterans. So there's always a need for the community health workers. We want to thank you on behalf of the Village Project. You helped a lot of people in Seaside as they helped in Pajaro. Did I pronounce it right? Yes, there's a lot of work we can be used for. We could do anything from assisting with fire disasters, homeless, Medi-Cal, taking to and from to appointments, food distribution. So there's always a need for the community health workers that don't tie up the social workers or anybody else. We could intervene for them and get the process started. So please keep us in mind and keep us around.
Thank you very much. Let's take you want to say something?
I mean, I think that the community health worker program and the VIDA program was a really innovative way in which Monterey County stepped up. And I just want to acknowledge, it was because of community. It was because of groups like COPA that showed up and told the Board of Supervisors, we have a crisis, and we have people who are in the community, who are trusted by the community, who know the community, who are able to help right now. And so, before we even had ARPA money or knew where funding would come from, this Board of Supervisors, before I even joined the board made the big decision to put, $5 million towards hiring 100 community health workers from 10 organizations. So you see the VITA logo that people have on, but really the VITA logo is sort of this larger collaborative of a number of different organizations with people who came together in a time where we didn't know if it was safe to be out, but we knew that our neighbors needed our help. You knew that your neighbors needed your help. And so for that, I'm eternally grateful to this board for committing to serving our community in that way. I'm so grateful to the 100, I think we had over 100 community healthcare workers who came together. And for everyone in the community who's seen the blue shirts with the VITA logo, these are folks who are your neighbors who showed up to be of service when we and you needed them most. And it was because of the incredible coming together to meet community need that makes Monterey County such an incredible place to call home. So I'm just forever grateful to you all and your colleagues with VITA who stepped up when the need was greatest. Thank you.
Any other colleagues want to make some comments? Go to Mary Adams and go down, and then we'll invite you to come up and take a photo together.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just want to thank all of you for the work that you've done. In my time that I've served on the Board of Supervisors, I think that this was one of the best decisions that we ever made, because we were recruiting people from the community to go into the neighborhoods. It was so successful. And I looked to each of you and the organizations that you represent. You saved people's lives. You made a huge difference in our county. We're so very grateful to you, to each of you, for all of the work that you put in. It wasn't easy, and you put yourself in harm's way, and you did a beautiful job. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for the work that you did. It mattered to me personally many times. And I just want to share that I know many of you stepped up and went beyond the confines of even your communities, where the concept of a community health worker is that you're take care of folks so that you know in your communities. But the Village Project was in Soledad when I needed you. I happened to be outside the CVS, and the gentleman in the center there tested me for COVID after I had an exposure. It was those moments when there was fear and doubt and concern early on in this pandemic, when you guys, as was said, stepped up and stepped out front and said, we're going to be part of the solution rather than being part of perhaps a problem with misinformation. You were out there spreading the right word, the truth, and the best that we knew in those moments. It mattered. So on behalf of all of our communities, thank you. A cada uno de ustedes les quiero decir gracias por sus esfuerzos, por estar ahí por nuestras comunidades. Sabemos que no siempre fue fácil, que había mucho momento de ansiedad, pero ustedes estaban ahí para nosotros, para cada vecino, y a veces afuera de su comunidad trabajaron lejos de sus viviendas para apoyar a otras comunidades. Fue un honor tener ustedes y saber que ustedes estaban ahí como parte de nuestra comunidad y que siguen con su trabajo, porque sabemos que no vamos empezando con este proyecto. Gracias.
I wasn't on the board when this was approved. So I was really out in the community. I've heard of your efforts. Haven't been, to the point where as a board member, I've been able to see it from that perspective, but from the community perspective, I have, and I know you've gone past on the pandemic. You've done more work. You've been out there. You're continuing to be, bring hope to people, bring information to people, to aid people that really need help on. And, the communities that have been affected here over the last year negatively, you folks have been prominent, have been important to there. And I, really grateful. I think all the communities, as Supervisor Lopez has mentioned, are really grateful to you for how you reach out to the people and to help people that are really deeply in need. And there's just no way that gratitude can be expressed and in any degree.
And we'll all squeeze in and take a photo together.
Oh, he asked about it. Oh, I just wanted to add that community health workers can be used as the school district for help monitoring kids.
Okay, let's try this. All right, everybody smile. Sorry. All right, congratulations, everyone. Muchas gracias. And we do have a frame resolution for each organization. We have two out here, so if we could take these two, yes, thank you. All right, appreciate it. Thank you for all your work, everyone. Thank you very much. And we do really want to commend our community health workers, because even recently with the set of storms at the beginning of the year, they were true heroes out there serving in our shelters, serving in Pajaro, at the park at Pajaro Middle School. And so in so many ways, they've been doing so much tremendous work for our communities in need. So with that, we're going to go to appointments. These are appointments items 9 through 13. Do we have any comments by any colleagues? Any comments from the public on any of these appointments, 9 through 13 on the agenda? We don't see anybody in chambers, nobody online. Can we entertain a motion?
Move approval.
So
Moved by
second.
Adams, second by Church. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against, motion carries unanimously 5-0. We're not going to item number 14. This is to make an appointment to the environmental primary and alternate director positions on the board of directors of the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency for terms commencing July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026, a 3-year term. So county council.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members of the board. This is the last appointment that you'll be doing this calendar year. The last director position to be filled is the environment director position. Pursuant to the Joint Powers Agreement, an environmental caucus made up of a number of environmental groups makes recommendations and nominations to this board, which is the appointing authority. The caucus has recommended Janet Brennan to continue to be the primary. Ms. Brennan has been on the board, I believe, since its inception, serving in this position, and then Robin Lee as the alternate. So that would be our recommendation to you to approve those appointments. I don't know if Ms. Brennan or Ms. Lee happen to be online to make any comments.
Yeah, we would certainly invite them if they are to raise their hand, if they are on Zoom, so we could recognize them to speak for a minute or so if they choose to. I don't see them online, so we'll bring this back to the board to entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Adams. Is there a second? Second by Askew. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let me repeat, ask for public comment on this item. Any public comments on this motion to appoint Ms. Brennan and Ms. Lee as the alternate? Seeing no comment, then there's been a motion second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, the motion carries unanimously 5-0. We're on a consent calendar. These are items number 27 through 79. I'll first go to the board to see if there's any items they would like to pull or speak on. Any items? Supervisor Adams.
Yes, I want to pull 38 for question and 59 for question and potential amendment.
Okay.
So it's 38 and 59.
38, 59. Anyone else?
47 for comment, 71 for comment, 78 for a discussion.
Anyone else?
Sorry, can you see those numbers?
That was Church's was 47, 71, and 78. Anyone else? I'll just make a brief comment on 52. So we'll start with Supervisor Adams, item 38.
Would this be an appropriate time to comment on?
Not yet. We'll get the supervisor comments first, then we'll go to the public.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, item 38. It is the hope that we would accept and approve the Emergency Medical Service Agency Annual Report for 2022. And I found the report to be extremely interesting and just was wondering if we are going to have this as a scheduled item at some point or presentation so that we can hear more from the Emergency Medical Services Agency and the success that they're having.
Okay, I don't know if there's anybody from our health department.
Yes, Teresa Rios, CMS Director.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. We really appreciate your interest in our activities. We prepared a report with a lot of work goes into it and a lot of pride in the activities that we have. We would be happy to come back and put it as a scheduled item and provide a presentation with highlights. Thank you for that.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll schedule that for a future meeting.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Item 59.
And 59. So this was a list of a resolution to authorize the Department of Emergency Management to submit forms to Cal OES. Essentially, the reason that I'm bringing this forward is that it lists many people who can be the ones designating and authorizing people to do things. It lists the Assistant County Administrative Officer, but I'm just wondering if we should not include the County Administrative Officer on this list, and it wasn't here. So if there's a reason that we would not do that, I would like to know, but it seems to me that it would be something that we should simply add and amend this item to include that.
Our CEO wants to answer that, and then we'll see if our Director of Department of Emergency Service, Kelsey Scanlon, is on. CEO De La Rosa.
I'm agreeable to that. And if possible, perhaps change it to or designee as opposed to listing multiple individuals. Because I found that in instances, a designee would be more appropriate than listing an individual by title.
Yep, that sounds like a great idea. Can we make that amendment here?
Is Kelsey Scanlon on? Just because I know there's perhaps rules that they're trying to clarify in this agreement with the state.
Yes, I can include the county administrative officer as well. I would be hesitant to include designee. I would have to check with Cal OES to confirm if that's appropriate. I'm not sure if they require the list of titles, considering the authority that would be leveraged with this agreement. So I can return back to the board next week.
Here, I have a suggestion is that when it's time to make the consent agenda motion, that the motion include changing it to at least County Administrative Officer and designee if approved by Cal OES. That way the item doesn't have to come back.
Great.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
That's it for me.
All right. We'll consider that language, that modification on item 59 when we entertain a motion. Okay, let's go to Supervisor Church, items 47, 71, and 78.
Sure. On 47, just a brief comment. This is a real nice program here. It's basically, it's a 3-year agreement with the Ventana Wildlife Society to get people out more outdoors into nature, some physical activity. I think it highlights the importance of mental health and just quality of life for folks to get out into an outdoor setting. And there's a number of reasons they're listed on here of health benefits, for example. But, there's one of them being mental health benefits. And I do think this is really highlights why, for example, parks are so important. We need to have these for people that do not have easy access to the outdoors and to areas. And so just wanted to, really highlight and commend this program.
Okay. Item 78?
71 as well.
71. Yes.
Yeah. 71, just briefly on here. I do know that let me roll up here to get my exact language, but this is with the Transformative Climate Communities Grant Program. I know there's already been some discussion with DEM on coordination out of there. That was my initial concern, but I think this is a good program. I just want to make sure that whatever we do in that really addresses the needs of working people. So sometimes some of the programs I think we have come from on issues like this sometimes are a little too paternalistic, where we're not really addressing the needs of people in the community. But I'm hoping this can be worked out with the community, and I believe there's some discussions onto that. The next item was 78, and my only concern with this is as I looked at this, I wonder if if there's anybody on that could give a little better breakdown for this. I'm not quite sure why. I know we've had some agreements and worked with Smith and Enright on picking up litter around and dumping in some really difficult places, but the fee the charges on here of like $105 for a laborer seems to be pretty high. I mean, I raised an issue similar to this a couple of months ago when we were talking about some gardeners and some fees on that, and they weren't nearly as high onto here. So I just want to know why we aren't perhaps looking at a more of a competitive approach on this, because I think it's important as we head into the next few years that we make sure every dollar is spent well.
I don't know if anybody from Public Works is on that could provide some more details on this contract and whether there was a competitive process to get the best deal for this contract.
Sean Atkins has his hand up.
Okay. Sean?
Greetings, supervisors.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
So this is in the last 6 months of this contract. It's county policy to allow a contractor to renegotiate pricing at the last 6 months of their contract. We're looking to extend it a year. We wanted to utilize this vendor in reopening the streets for Pajaro, but because they're not prevailing wage, we can't turn in any of their costs to FEMA, so they weren't utilized. Their pricing sheet also didn't reflect the entirety of the equipment in their fleet that we would use for other items such as roadside mowing. So we allowed the opportunity to renegotiate their pricing sheet in the last 6 months of their contract prior to the amendment.
So we're paying $105 for labor and $145 for a equipment operator, and that's not prevailing wage?
That is prevailing wage. Their pricing prior to this was about $50 to $70, depending on the function of their employees. They also weren't including tipping fees, and they were having to absorb the cost of dumping the roadside litter at the local dumps. And so again, there was an opportunity in the last 6 months of the contract to renegotiate. Our other contracts that we have with different vendors, Granite Rock, Granite Construction, Don Chapin, they all have prevailing wage for their laborers as well.
So the tipping fees are wrapped into this cost. Is that what I understand?
There was in the pricing sheet, they included the tipping fees that would be as they incur the tipping fees at the dump, that they would pass those fees along to the county.
Okay.
They also were accounting for their administrative fees in the past, which the pricing sheet allows for that, better accounting practices that are much more transparent.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Atkins.
Thank you very much. Those were all comments on these items. Anyone else? I only had a brief comment just on, since we had National Dog Day, recognizing item 52. This is our Sheriff K9 after 9 years of service. That dog's service is over, and it's nice to know that we have a process where then that dog could be passed on to its caretaker. So I'm glad that COA is going to a good home, but this agreement allows for that process to take place. And thank that animal for its service. Now we'll go to the public for any items on the consent calendar, and we'll allow up to 2 minutes. So we'll start with those in chambers, and then we'll go to those on Zoom. And sir, you prefer to, do you prefer the podium, or do you want to take a seat here? You could also have a seat. We have a mic down there.
All right, I'll try the seat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Whatever is more comfortable for you, sir.
There's a mic already.
Yeah, we can turn that mic on right
It's
there.
already-
It's already on.
yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
My name is Chandler Rowland. I'm a long-term Marina resident, and I am appearing this morning to request the Board of Supervisors to reject the MST Project SURF program for the construction of 2 new express lanes along 6 miles on the beach side of Route 1 from Marina to Sand City. The reasons for the requested rejection are as follows. 1, the California Coastal Commission staff rejection memo dated May 10, 2021. 2, the California Department of Parks and Recreation memo rejecting the project dated April 11, 2021. 2 weeks ago, MST advertised in a major newspaper request for proposals for hiring a construction manager to manage the SURF project. In the general portion of the advertised proposal, MST listed that they have entered into contract with Granite Rock for the 66 million, possibly 100 million tax dollar cost of the SURF project. That's local, state, and federal grants prior to any final permits. MST does not care about environmental and recreational issues, but I know Salinas does. Please let Marina, Seaside, and Sand City know your concerns regarding the SURF project. This is Whispering Oaks all over again on a much larger scale.
Thank you, sir. This wasn't an item. It was not on our consent calendar, but I let you speak on it anyways. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
It's all right. Yeah, we have general public comments for items not on the agenda, but that's fine. We heard your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me see. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, sir, for being here today. We are on consent calendar. So any other public comments on any of the consent calendar items? We'll allow 2 minutes.
Mike. Removing or asking at the last minute to remove item number 73. I assume you all got my letter. I'm just wondering how it ended up on a consent calendar to begin with. I mean, the way the track is being run out there is the manager's doing a fine job, but the whole process needs reevaluation and it needs environmental review. The number of loud days, sequential loud days, day after day after day is causing psychological stress to the people in the Toro area and the greater Monterey Peninsula areas especially. Secondly, the conditions that were put on use permit 2991 aren't being followed. They're being broken. Your own conditions are being broken. I drove by there Saturday morning. No control at the entrance. People supposed to be going down south boundary. People were long left turn lane, people pulling in, people waiting to pull out, go right and left, brake lights coming on, coming back late Saturday morning. It was even worse. So it really needs some review and not just these items continue to show up on your consent calendar for a rubber stamp. Thank you. Looking forward to following the use permit and environmental review because of this creeping use that's been occurring over many years that was never supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you. And that item will come back to us next week. Anyone else to speak on consent calendar? This consent items 27 through 79. I see somebody coming forward. Is this on consent calendar?
No, it's not on the consent.
Okay, we have general public comments next.
Okay.
We'll be a couple minutes. Anybody online? No? Okay. Then we'll entertain a motion to approve items 27 through 79. The Laguna Seca item was removed and pushed off till next week.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and move consent with the removal of 70, what was it, number 9 or 3? 70. And then with clarification on 59, to amend the language to include assignment of that authority as well to the CAO or their designee if approved by Cal OES.
All right. Thank you. It's been moved
Second that.
And second, and we will have the presentation on the EMS. So we give direction on that. We don't need a motion. So, okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Now we're on general public comments for items not on today's agenda. This is item 16. This is where the public could comment on anything that is not on today's agenda. We'll allow for 2 minutes. If you could come forward to the podium and you'll be recognized. We'll start with those in chambers and then go to those on Zoom.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Or is it afternoon? Yeah, I don't know.
Almost still morning.
So my name is Sofia Cortez, and the reason why I'm here today is due to an event that took place to me or to somebody else, October 21st, 2021. Somebody was arrested and the Monterey County Jail used my identity. You all have copies of the falsified police report where the county jail used my information from the past. Although that doesn't define who I am, I did request for a petition for innocence with the county. We went to court and a judge approved that with all of my evidence that I provided. With that being said, I have sent each and every one of you an email with all the proof and evidence. The judge heard it and granted it under identity theft from the Monterey County Jail. Tina Nieto knew about this because it was the arresting agency was Marina Police Department. She's now the sheriff. And when I met with her on January 7th, she said, if you're looking for compensation, I do not have a checkbook. You have to sue the county. So I'm here. I lost a year. I own 2 businesses here. Excuse me, I'm nervous. I own 2 businesses here. I do taxes. That following year, I lost my whole year because I had warrants sent out to any address that I knew. And it was humiliating. Mr. Alejo took my name off of your guys' county website for a crime I didn't commit. Again, there's a falsified police report and a judge granted my petition of innocence. The DOJ has this crime. What's going to end up happening is at the end of this year, when I go to get my bond to be able to do taxes, if this crime isn't released from the DOJ, I lose my career. I'd like to know what you all could do or will do now that you all know what is going on. The proof is right there. You guys all have a copy of it. And I would like to know how you all are going to make me whole. I have all the proof. And if the attorney I do have, which is a LULAC attorney, I have witnesses. I'll call Tina. I'll call the sheriff's department. I'll call everybody, including Mr. Alejo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us today and for your comments. Anyone else? Please come forward. Yes.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Octavio Lucas. Quiero decir unas palabras sobre el parque que está a un lado del Hospital Natividad. Octavio Lucas.
Hi, my name is Octavio Lucas, and I'm here. Have questions about the park next to Natividad.
Sí, porque ha mirado cosas que han estado pasando allí, que realmente está todo cerrado, no han dejado parqueadero para el público. Parece que
I've been seeing that there's a lot of stuff going on there. I've noticed that the parking lot is closed.
Y ese parque es de la comunidad, del estado, y realmente ha mirado los lugares que a veces niños, personas se parquean en el lado del hospital y cruzan caminando para este lado.
So I would like to know if this is a community park or is it a county park? I've noticed that there's a lot of people crossing from the parking lot from the hospital to come into the park.
Lo que yo llego a un acuerdo que es que hay que buscar para los jóvenes, pero que no les cueste costo, que no se encuentre cerrado los lugares, un parque especial para ellos, que sea de la comunidad.
I'm actually looking at something that, for young people, something that belongs to the community, a park where we can help all those, young people.
que no sea por unas organizaciones que se empiezan privadas y que son padres de familia que pueden pagarlo, pero hay padres que no pueden.
And it's not a community where the parents have to pay out of their pocket. It's pretty expensive. We need organizations that are willing to help.
Ha platicado yo con personas que están allí y se les hace caro porque el costo de vida en el área de Salinas es muy carísimo, rentas. Los padres trabajamos en el campo
I have
para
spoke to,
obtener dinero.
few families. The cost of living here is very expensive.
Entonces hay que ver por eso, buscar maneras de encontrarles un parque para toda la juventud que viene. Nosotros vamos de salida, pero hay que ver más allá, que vienen nuestros hijos.
And what I've been looking is for a, community park or something that we can help our young children, the children who's coming. I know that us being an adult, we're, almost out of this life, but, we have our children coming up and we want to help them.
Que lleguen a ese parque sin ningún costo, una donación, que abran las puertas para el público.
To have a park where they can come and have the doors open with no cost. And, it's for the public.
Porque es triste ver la realidad, que hay muchos jóvenes que vienen de la escuela, padres de familia, que a veces hijo, no te puedo llevar allí. Entonces, ¿qué estamos haciendo?
It's so sad that there's a lot of families that can't bring our children to that park because it's expensive.
Tenemos corazón por nuestros hijos, tanto todos somos padres de familia. A veces se nos sale el corazón
It
de
is
no
so
tener
hard,
los fondos.
and it's a broken heart
dinero.
that we don't have the funds, to have them come to this park or to a particular place.
Entonces, eso es lo que hay que cuidar la juventud, porque ese es el futuro de mañana.
And we gotta
Para todos.
We gotta help out the young people, because that's the future for tomorrow, and it's helpful for everyone.
No sé hablar, pero
I don't know how to
me
speak,
sale el corazón ver que no podemos hacer nada.
but it comes from my heart that, I see that we can't do anything.
Y le doy las gracias que me han dado estas palabras.
And thank you for having me here. And,
Quisiera decirles más de lo que está pasando en la humanidad. No solo nosotros, hospitales, la organización que pasó, esas personas, cómo sufrieron para ayudar. ¿Y qué hacemos nosotros? ¿Por qué no vemos más allá, los pobres? Los que están luchando para la renta, que viven en unos lugares que están mal. Eso es lo que hay que mirar. ¿Por qué? Estamos en un mundo. ¿Y qué hacemos por los demás?
We need to see, the way that we can help out the rest. We all here to work. We're starting from the bottom.
Si todos pensáramos algo, el Estado tiene millones de dólares, la organización esa, no sé si le donó, si lo está haciendo como se debe de ser. No estoy a contra de eso. Lo que estoy a contra es de que miren lo que es justo para los niños. Gracias por escucharme.
Muchas gracias, señor. Y ahorita mi trabajador de mi oficina le va a dar el número de Jonathan de Anda, que es el manejador de esas canchas de soccer, porque eso lo hicieron un acuerdo con todos los diferentes equipos de soccer. Se pusieron un acuerdo de esas reglas que tienen ahí. I was just saying that we'll get him the number for Jonathan de Anda. He's the general manager there of the soccer complex, but the parking and all those issues, they worked it out as with all the local soccer teams to come to agreement, and they do have programs for low-income families. Tienen programas para tener bajos costos para familias que no pueden pagar el costo del parqueadero. Pero ahorita va a venir alguien de mi oficina para darle ese contacto, el celular de Jonathan de Anda. No sé si ha hablado con él.
No ha hablado.
Okay. Si me espera un poquito, ahorita vienen para darle ese número.
Sí.
We'll get him that contact.
Hablé con Luis Alejo.
Okay, ese es mí y soy yo.
Yeah.
Pero ahorita vamos a hablar, conectarlo con usted, con ellos. Okay, anyone else? Yes, please come on forward.
This is not my first visit.
Yes.
My name is Gail Smith and I live in Las Palmas Ranch. And I have appealed to the Board of Supervisors for help a few times now. I'm really being terrorized in my home. And I have been sexually assaulted. I have had my home broken into repeatedly. I've had my cars vandalized. And I have gotten absolutely no traction from the sheriff's department. I just get, Ms. Adams' assistant, I'm sorry, I've forgotten her title, Yuri, arranged for me to have an appointment with someone in the sheriff's department, and he showed up and wanted to interview me in the street. And I think that's wholly inappropriate for a sexual assault or anything else that's been going on. I've also I went and spoke to Gene Paccioni's lead investigator. Well, I saw him today, and the man that I spoke to who represented himself as Mr. McQuirk, or I'm sorry, I just can't do titles right now. I'm too upset. But it's not, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to these people. Well, I would be, but considering the circumstances, but I think there's no profit in that. It's just not the same person. Whoever it was that I spoke to who represented themselves as her lead investigator is not the man that was standing here today. So I don't know what's going on. Obviously, there's some sort of investigation of me going on, but it's not an investigation. It's I've been terrorized. There's no other way of describing it. I have been terrorized. And I don't know what agency to go to now except the FBI. But I haven't been able to get an address from a library in this county.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And we'll have our clerk get your name and number to have staff follow up with you. Thank you for joining us today. Anyone else in chambers for comments, please come forward.
Hello, Supervisors and Officer De La Rosa. Just here representing the Monterey Bay Accelerator as part of the Monterey County Business Council. I want to let you know that a few weeks ago, our team hosted the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the South Pacific Division, and their first bidding event since before the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the contractors that won, the Presidio of Monterey and MTOC, are Monterey Bay Accelerator clients. And we're proud to know that we're I think about 13 million a quarter in local contracts being won for local businesses. And we serve everywhere from Monterey County out to the Central Valley. And we appreciate your support, and we're going to continue to update you on our progress. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else?
Good morning. Name is Eric Peterson, and I'm also going to be talking about the jail. In the news this year nationally, somebody outside of California has been indicted 4 times and so far been arrested 3 times. The 2 federal indictments were both, he was released on bail without any money, with no restrictions on travel, with his passport, so he could scoot off to Moscow or wherever he wants if he wanted to. We've got far more reliable people in our jail waiting for trial. Maybe a lot of them could be released under the same conditions, and it would save money. It would help their lives, and just make the whole situation better. Our current sheriff is sharp enough to pay attention to these meetings. So with any luck, she'll get my comments. But this is something that has been talked about for many years. And with an example such as we've got with a rather scurrilous character with his passport and no travel restrictions, maybe we ought to deal with the real people and be nice to them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in chambers? Anyone else online now? No one? Okay. If there's no other general public comments, we will close this item. Item 16. We'll go to item 17. This is to receive an annual report from the County Communications Bureau for 2022-23 and providing directions as needed. Mr. Pasculi, thank you.
Just give me 1 second. Good morning, honorable board members. I am pleased to present our 2022-2023 Communications Annual Report, highlighting the strides in advancing the county's communications initiatives. I want to thank you all and our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, and Chief Assistant CAO, Nick Chulos, for prioritizing communications within our county. This work has helped foster a stronger connection, enhance transparency, and effectively engage with our residents and stakeholders. Additionally, we would like to thank the many department heads and program managers for collaborating with us on over 100 projects this last fiscal year. I also like to acknowledge Maya Carroll, our communications management analyst, and Jackson Cable, our communications intern, for their dedication and work. Maya would have been here today. Unfortunately, she is not feeling well. The accomplishments of the past year have been noteworthy. In addition to the over 100 completed projects, we have developed an up-to-date board policies with regard to public relations, social media, and a countywide branding policy. And in collaboration with County Council, we have successfully established new Monterey County Code for the official use of the emblem, ensuring consistent and appropriate representation of our county's identity. We have worked closely with the Department of Emergency Management and the Sheriff's Office to ensure seamless communications and public safety response. At the present time, we have 92 projects scheduled for 14 departments. Noteworthy campaigns that have been created this fiscal year so far include Discover Monterey County Parks, a promotion for day use parks as well as the recreation areas, advocacy for libraries and use of our libraries, especially with young school children and a place to go after school. And we are working on a health department campaign with regard to respiratory illness awareness as we enter the fall and winter months. And then also the Monterey County Funeral and Burial Assistance Program, and finally the COVID-19 Memorial Fund campaign. Other important projects include countywide survey addressing the sheriff's oversight options, and also supporting the Monterey County Parks with their e-bike policy community survey. And finally, we're working closely with the Water Resources Agency on the Army Corps of Engineers PAHRO levy press briefing that's scheduled to happen this week. So we welcome your further direction and comments as we dive into this report, and your guidance will help us prioritize and foster effective communication, promoting transparency and enhancing our overall community sentiment. And now I'll jump into the report. So as you can see on the slides, and I believe they were provided to you ahead of time, in this last fiscal year, we had over 506 stories that were released to the media. 75 news briefings and 15 press conferences. And so our ability to maintain communication with the media is critically important to making sure the important work that our departments are doing is getting out there. Our coverage included editorial, which print and digital editorial coverage, as well as broadcast coverage on television and radio. Many of those, by the way, were national stories, obviously, you know, because of the PAHRO flooding situation. So what that means in numbers, we had over 32,500 mentions of the county from July 1st through June 30th. These numbers come from an organization called Cision, which is a data mining company. And we were able to get some data from them as a courtesy. And the Tevedad Hospital uses them for their data collection purposes. And over 27,500 mentions during January through June, and they were specifically about PAHRO. So PAHRO did receive a tremendous amount of attention over the last couple of months. Both the general county mentions and PAHRO mentions spiked around March 15th, just for your information. If we were to put that into an equivalency of dollar value, we received over $3 million in media coverage. Let's say from the editorial content and television content. And I did a breakdown in the report of how that breaks down. The online news, television, and blogs. Blogs would be independent news sources, folks that we have a couple of independent news sources here in the county that you're aware of. Department mentions. We also were able to get a breakdown from Cision about what departments were mentioned most. No surprise, health, housing, and the Office of Emergency Services / formerly known as now Department of Emergency Management, followed by Parks and District Attorney, Libraries, Ag Commissioners, Elections, Probation, and believe it or not, the Communications Department team program. There's a slide in there on sentiment. I don't want to spend too much time on it because it is a little bit complex to explain. But one of the things that I want you to know is that Cision uses artificial intelligence to measure sentiment. And so it's based on words that are pulled out of the articles, not necessarily what true public sentiment is as a survey would. So I just want to make that note because I did want you to see that as well as part of the reporting from Cision. I want to jump gears to social media. We had tremendous social media growth in the last fiscal year with 58% growth, and that broke down to over 18,000 Facebook followers now, where a year ago was just over 6,500. Instagram followers jumped up to 5,000, over 5,000, which over a year ago was just over 3,000. YouTube followers jumped up as well. So all platforms had a tremendous increase overall in their growth. I would like to note that you would probably wonder why Twitter data is not there. And that is because of the release of their new API version 2.2. They don't provide analytics unless you pay for them. And so we're not in the position to do that right now. Also, with regard to social media results from Meta, so this is data from Meta, we published 3,042 stories on Facebook and Instagram. We received over 5 million likes and impressions and how many times people actually viewed the comment. And our reach was over 5,600,000 with 33,000 actual engagements or comments. So these are really good numbers. I did share these with the California Public Information Officers Association, and they said that these numbers were very impressive as what they've seen compared to other counties. And this information data is from Meta. And in there, I did the breakdown by social media platform, Facebook, of course, and this is just the summary. This is just detail of the summary I just presented to you, as well as Instagram, and then, of course, YouTube. And then finally, our top stories. Supervisor Lopez is very familiar with our wild pig story, remodeling our restrooms on one of our parks. And then, of course, we had the Pajaro flooding. And believe it or not, Supervisor Adams, Highway 1 was very much one of the top stories on social media and got the most attention. So just to kind of give you some perspective, those are the top 3 stories that posted on Facebook and Instagram with over 853,000 reaches with just those 3 posts. Our website. While the website is being constantly evaluated, we did have almost 7 million visits to our website, 7 million sessions. The top pages I thought you'd be interested to know were Laguna Seca, WeatherTech, Raceway page, the library, the health department, Public Works, and the winter storms page, which would be no surprise to you. The top referral sources are Google. We do get a tremendous amount of click-through from Facebook. So Facebook was our number 2 click-through source to our website. Ironically, San Luis Obispo County Water Facebook page had a lot of click-throughs to us, and it probably is because of the reservoir news and whatnot, and the releases of water and things like that. Unfortunately, we don't pay for the data, so I can't really drill down to tell you exactly what that source is. KSBW, we get a tremendous amount of click-throughs through KSBW's website. And so their stories, and of course, we also get referrals from our old server. We do have an older website that is still somewhat findable online, and so we do get a lot of click-throughs from the old website as well. On our Spanish our Spanish results, this is an area where we can certainly improve. We did have 218, almost 219,000 unique visits on the Spanish pages of the website. The top pages visited in Spanish were behavioral health, the library, the health department, as well as the Ag Commissioner's office. The top referral sources for the Spanish were Google and Facebook. So obviously you all know that for over a year now, we've been posting everything on Facebook in both English and Spanish. And so I would surmise that that's a lot of that result is coming from that effort that we're making. Finally, it's important to note that we did have some PSAs that ran on television and radio through the course of the last fiscal year, and we had over 10 million impressions. These are advertising impressions. This number is from Nielsen and TapScan. These are two reporting agencies that report on broadcast media, and then also through print. So I did a breakdown of the impressions through the traditional forms of media. The digital media does not mean social media, nor does it mean the website. The digital media means, content that's being posted digitally through other means, not through the county means. Okay. And so this information came from, again, as I said, Nielsen data and TapScan. Some of the highlights this year, in the last fiscal year, of course, COVID-19, we were still dealing with that in the first part of this last fiscal year. And we produced 4 new PSAs, one of which won Marketing Excellence Award from the American Academy of Marketing. And it was for the COVID-19 spot we produced, highlighting the importance of vaccinations for small children. As well as we produced 2 spots to thank our disaster workers, post-disaster. And then, of course, the day use spot, which is in play right now. So total spots that ran were 8,770 spots, half of which were at no charge to the county. And then finally, in our summary of our outreach efforts, the CAO rundown was issued 12 times this last fiscal year. And then there were 12 messages from our CAO with over 75 articles and other news topics. Total impressions over the last 12 months for that particular publication, about 65,700 impressions with that. That does go out to the entire county family, but it also goes out to other government agencies as well as community-based organizations. So it does get more broadly distributed, and we are working on a platform to get that out further into the community. We've been involved with a tremendous amount of community relations and community outreach efforts. We did help the Natividad Hospital with the Carnegie Heroes Awards. Obviously, we were very involved with the Pajaro Job Fair, Pajaro Town meetings, as you're well aware of, the wildfire season meetings, San Lucas groundbreaking that we're attendant of. And then, of course, the Monterey County Business Council elected leaders lunches, Laguna Seca season kickoff, California Public Information Officers and CSAC annual conference, and the mural ribbon cutting. These are just some of the highlights. We attended more than 50 events in this last year, but I just wanted to put some of the highlights there. And that's the end of my report. I'm sure you have some questions, and I welcome those or any other direction or guidance you'd like to give the communications team. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pascoli, and thank you for your first annual presentation. I think it's important for the public to see not everything you do, but an overview, a glimpse, because you do a lot more than what you're able to allotted to provide in your slides here. But I did want to, first of all, commend you and your team. I think all of us recognize that our communications has improved dramatically with your leadership and your expertise. And we all realize that with all the recent emergencies that we've had, getting accurate information out in a timely fashion in both English and Spanish and sometimes other languages is becoming more critical for our residents. And it's something that they really desire, getting answers and information as quickly as possible. So you've been a big part of that. So I want to bring this back to our colleagues to make some comments on your presentation. We'll start on this side, Supervisor Church, and then we'll work this way.
Yes, I want to thank you for your great work and getting the county going on to the right direction of communications. I think this is one of the most essential things we have to do is to be able to communicate to the public. You're using a wide range of traditional and non-traditional
media and outreach into the means. And, I look forward to the years ahead and what we can do. And I really, hope all the, departments in this county give our PIO office full support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Nick, just want to say thank you. Obviously, having this position be part of the county team was a dream of mine that I was able to push for many years. And with Supervisor Askew, finally able to get over the finish line and to have you there and bringing this data forward, I see the value of every single one of those extra impressions and clicks in the fact that during COVID, I remember so much misinformation out there, and we could talk about it, but we've always said, if you're not telling your own story, if you're not putting good information out, you can't fault people for accepting bad information from unworthy sources. And so being at this point, seeing the amount of growth that we've seen in the figures themselves, to me, it's somebody at the back of that, receiving that good information directly from a good source when you and your team are helping to manage our messaging. So thank you for the work that you're putting in. And I'm excited to see the year over year growth, especially on those social media channels, as I think long term, we look at the value that you placed on the free ads, the free or picked up messages that we put out. But I think there's so much more value in those other messages that we're putting out into the community through direct injection with social media that is critical. So thank you for keeping all those at the forefront of your focus, which I know is spread quite thin with all the different demands we put on your table.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you so much, Nick. I just so very much appreciate all of the support that you give, the leadership and the direction you give on our District 5 needs. This past year, with all of the different disasters that we had, you guys were always right there, really helping get the word out, because that's really what matters. And I so very much appreciate that. I particularly appreciate your team's effort recently with doing the social media and the graphics for the District 5 housing element community meeting that we had. It was really made a big difference. And I just wanted to thank you for that. And I think just echoing somewhat of what Chris had just said, the truth is it doesn't matter how fabulously you are doing anything. If you don't tell people about it, it doesn't matter. And you've really been carrying our message forward. So thank you so much. Doing a great job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. What a like awesome thing to celebrate. The communications that are coming out of the county, I really think have improved greatly. I can just speak from being in the supervisor's office, having access to information so that we can share it with our residents has also been very helpful. And you've been really at the center of a lot of that, Nick. So thank you personally. I did have a couple questions. On slide 5, the pie chart talks about some of the departments that you're working with, and the sheriff's office. I didn't see them listed there, but I know that you have been at the center of working with Department of Emergency Management, including the sheriff. Is there more collaboration that can happen there? Is that something that's on the list for working together in the future? I know it's been a big year. We had a new sheriff come in. There've been a lot of, I think, pressures on everyone's time, but it was something I was hoping that we could find a way to build some additional coordination.
Yes, and that's happening. Certainly, in fact, Under Sheriff Boyd sent me an email thanking me for providing him this report as well, and wanted me to make note of the fact that we are supporting them. Although they do a lot of their own, most of their own, we have supported them in a number of situations that have been difficult for them. So, I mean, we really have stepped that up. The reason you don't see that reflected on this particular pie chart is because Cision, the company that we got the data from, there's a different search criteria. And because we got this data at no charge, that search criteria for the way the office is named didn't come up in the traditional searches.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know that coordination is happening. And then we also mentioned on the social media report, we've got Facebook and IG and YouTube, but I know you're also doing a lot of work on Nextdoor. And I know that many of our residents are on Nextdoor, and that's a place where people that maybe aren't on Facebook or Twitter, they are on Nextdoor and they're using that to get information.
Yes, correct. We do.
Just wanted to verify where that is that. And I know that there's different neighborhood groups for Nextdoor. Are we on all of those across the board?
I would have to get back to you on that. I know that we do it by zip code. And so, yeah. And so, and as far as the analytics of Nextdoor, a little bit more complex, the way they report. So I think that's also a paid feature. So I'll have to look into that further.
Okay. Great, thank you. And then I really appreciate, and I think one of the things Supervisor Lopez mentioned when we were sort of envisioning what was possible with increased communications was really making sure that we had capacity for our Spanish language translation, and that we weren't just translating, but that we were really intentional about building out a communication strategy with all of our residents in mind. And so I appreciate the work that's gone into that. I know we've had some transitions in the positions as we originally envisioned them, but just want to reiterate that remains a priority for me, for I think our community, and especially in times of emergencies, having access that's available. I've been so pleased with the way in which we had information coming out with translations when we did our press conferences, with the videos, with the audio, with the graphics that are coming out. It's very clearly we've got 3 copies of the same thing with the same information. So I feel good about that. I just wanted to reiterate that remains a priority for me, at least. And then let's see here. I had a couple other things, but I think that the last thing for me is in terms of keeping Pajaro in the news and in the forefront of our collective priority for ensuring that the recovery funding and the recovery investments that need to happen don't fall off of the radar of the collective thinking in the community. We just had hurricane come through California, and I think that the state and just sort of people's attention tends to go to where the next thing is. But then the promises that were made by all the folks that came into our community and said, we're going to be with you through the end. We're going to get the levee repaired. We're going to make sure that people have the opportunity to recover. Just would ask that we continue to think about how our communication strategies can keep those things in the forefront of people's minds collectively as we move forward. But thank you for the work that you're doing, and keep it up. And I'm really grateful. This has been a long time coming, I think, for our county, and has given us a platform to talk about a lot of the great things that we are doing and that are happening in the community. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to the public for any comments from the public on this presentations on from the Communications Bureau. I don't see anybody in chambers, anybody online. All right. I think this was just to receive the report. No motion is needed on this. Thank you, Mr. Pascoli. Keep up the good work to you and the team. We're very appreciative of all your hard work, and it's been really great and easy working with you and your team as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right.
Have a great
Thank
day.
you. We're going to go to item 18. Hopefully, we'll try to get this one out of the way before we break for lunch. This is to receive a written and oral report on Governor Newsom and legislative leaders' proposal to reform California's behavioral health system with potentially 2 ballot initiatives, AB 531 by Assembly Member Irwin, and the $6.7 billion Behavioral Health Infrastructure Bond Act of 2023, and then Senate Bill 326 by Senator Eggman, recasting the Mental Health Services Act into the Behavioral Health Services Act to modernize current law. So I'll pass it to you. Thank you very much. We have Katie Ecker and John Drake.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and members of the board. I'm pleased to be here to share the information. This is a rapidly changing environment, continues to evolve and shift. Just even last week, information materially changed. So I also want to share that I am joined with an amazing team here. John Drake, Assistant Bureau Chief, Fabricio Chombo, who is our Finance Manager. And in the back of the room is Shannon Castro, who is our MHSA coordinator assigned to tracking all of this. And so it is a testament to all of their work that we're able to pull all this information and bring it for you today. So starting off, I want to start, this all kicked off on March 19th. Governor Newsom announced the proposal to transform the state's behavioral health care system and with an intention of putting a ballot measure on the March 2024 election ballot, and then having the changes be implemented over several years beginning in January of 2025. The proposal included $4.7 billion in general obligation bonds to build 10,000 new beds and homes. That is now in Assembly Bill 531. Also to modernize the Mental Health Services Act. This is in Eggman's SB 326. To improve statewide accountability, transparency, and access to behavioral health services as well. AB 531, Irwin, puts the 4.7 billion general obligation fund bond on the March 2024 ballot with the intention of constructing 10,000 new clinic beds, building permanent supported housing for people experiencing or at risk of homelessness who have behavioral health conditions, and to dedicate a portion of the funds for housing for veterans experiencing or at risk of homelessness who have behavioral health conditions. That would be both mental health and or substance use disorder conditions. It would also look to build unlocked community behavioral health treatment and residential settings. I can say, that I think that this would be welcomed across the state. This would be state funds that would be being utilized for this, and it clearly would make a difference to many communities. Senate Bill 326 is a little bit more controversial and presents a few more challenges to us at the local level. I will say that according to Governor Newsom's administration, a direct quote, the MHSA has never undergone full-scale reform. Since its initial passing in 2004, the Affordable Care Act and parity have changed significantly, or have significantly shifted the landscape. And now is the time to modernize MHSA to account for expanded coverage under Medi-Cal. The expanded services are to include substance use disorders because of the expansion to cover the substance use disorder. There's a proposed name change to make this the Behavioral Health Services Act. And here's one of the places where we have some of the language just shifted and changed as of last week. And content, it's not just the language changing, but the real content changing. It started off with reallocating an additional 3% to the state to expand workforce. That has now been shifted to a 5% additional reallocation to the state to expand workforce and population-based prevention efforts. So county allocations would be reduced by 5%. Those funds would be redirected to California Health and Human Services Agency to implement a statewide workforce program, and to also look at population-based prevention efforts at the statewide level, or as directed at the statewide level. SB 326 continued. There's a focus on outcomes, accountability, and equity. Really looking at replacing how we do our current 3-year plan with a new county integrated plan for outcomes. Looking at establishing new behavioral health outcomes, accountability, and transparency. A lot of that seems to have a little bit of, scope creep, because that's looking beyond just what MHSA is and really wanting to have accountability and structure for our realignment, for any county general fund, for any grant program, any piece of funding coming to behavioral health. There is also really looking about having equity across the different counties. So having statewide behavioral health system availability. I can share with you, like right now, substance use disorder programs, drug Medi-Cal. There are some counties that provide the basic state benefit, drug Medi-Cal. There are other counties such as us who do drug Medi-Cal organized system delivery. And that is an expanded substance use treatment program. So where you live does drive some of the services and the availability to you. There is also this intent of modernizing county allocations. This is, again, one of those places that is shifting and shifted last week. The intention is to repurpose 30% of MHSA for housing interventions, determine that 35% of MHSA would be used for full service partnership programs, 35% for behavioral health services and supports, and then funding would be eliminated for prevention, innovation, capital facilities and technology, workforce education and training, and community services and supports as standalone components. This is what was 2 weeks ago, kind of shifting. You can see that the yellow pie chart on the left, that's what we live with right now, where the state takes 5% of MHSA funds and uses those 5% for state purposes. And then the 95% of funds that come to us, 76% of them go to community services and supports, 5% go to innovation, and 19% goes to prevention and early intervention programs. I'm going to not go through what was presented, what the original proposal was. It was going to have housing at 30%, full service partnerships at 35%, behavioral health services and supports at 30%, and prevention at 5%. That part is now out of the picture. So we have moved on to the next proposal, which is our next slide, please. Okay, and so we're going from the original change proposal where the state was going to take 8% and we were going to map to that 30% housing, 35% full service partnership, et cetera, to what is real now, which is where the state would be taking 10% of our MHSA revenues. And we would have 3 buckets to have funding in moving forward. That would be housing would be 30%, full service partnerships, 35%, and behavioral health services and supports, 35%. Next slide, please. So again, this shows a little bit of a bar chart of what that impact looks like to us. We did not include the housing supports on this bar chart because those housing supports are really a new cost to us, and it's a cost shift that has to be funded by taking away some of the dollars that we're currently spending elsewhere. So you can see that right now we have that bar, that is on the left and, running around about $37 million coming in. And we will be dropping to that bar on the far right. That will be what we have available to spend on our full service partnerships programs and on our behavioral health services and supports. You will see that there's no prevention there anymore. There is no longer the community services and supports. There's no workforce education. There's no capital facilities, et cetera. And so it's a pretty significant drop in funding, really taking us down, about $14 million. Next slide, please. So this is looking at our funding by component over the years, and again, where it looks like we're going. One of the other pieces just want to share, MHSA is a very volatile funding source. You can see that this is not like a straight line on the top because, again, as millionaires, taxes, some years are good for millionaires, some years are not. And then also there's years like current year where there are delays in tax filing. And so we don't actually know what this past year's revenues are until after everybody really files their taxes. And so again, you can see here the pretty significant impact and the pretty material drop in funding for the programs that we currently operate, whether that's the prevention and early intervention or core services that we provide to our community. Next slide, please. This is our fund balance projection, how it looks to be and how we are pulling it down. So we currently are pulling down fund balance. This is planned expenditures. Again, really trying to ensure that we are getting the services out to our community that our community needs. With the passage of this, you can see that our funds would be depleted by fiscal year 27, where we would have remaining prudent reserve, but that would be the only fund balance that we'd have remaining for MHSA. Next slide, please. So some of the other pieces, the improvements to services piece, the improved transparency and accountability for behavioral health funding and outcomes. So Californians can know how their government programs are performing. I'm very happy to be transparent. I'm happy to share what we are doing. I am concerned about some of the accountability aspects. Because if we start thinking about our realignment dollars, if we start thinking about our other program dollars, that there's the prospect of the state financially penalizing us, taking our dollars away from us, which then we are not able to spend on services in our community. So there's I have a really big concern about some of those types of things. I'm absolutely willing to listen to what can we do to improve, to enter into corrective action plans. But I think that financial penalties, which is one of the pieces that the state is talking about outcomes that we may or may not be able to achieve on our own, is a concern. There would be this creation of the County Behavioral Health Outcomes Accountability and Transparency Report. And again, that's looking across every funding source, including county general funds. It'd be looking at aligning county behavioral health plans and Medi-Cal managed care plans, contract requirements when the same requirements exist across programs. I think that's a healthy thing to do. Developing a plan for achieving parity between commercial and Medi-Cal mental health and substance use disorder benefits. Again, I think that one of the pieces that isn't in our direct control as the county is being able to achieve parity between commercial plans. We know that our commercial plans need to increase infrastructure to be able to serve the behavioral health needs of the population.
We're running short on time here, so we got to
Okay, let me
down.
speed up. So some of the other things that this would mean across the state, if MHSA funding is oriented around the outcomes for homelessness, one of the concerns is that regardless of serious mental illness, this prospectively would shift responsibility to county behavioral health for homeless individual, regardless of funding availability. So it doesn't eliminate other homeless programs, but it opens the door to every homeless individual, whether or not they're a behavioral health client, whether or not they have behavioral health needs. And of course, no additional funding for it all. The other really key piece is that there still would be insufficient housing to cover the existent homeless population of California and of our community. Next slide, please. So these changes likely really dramatically reconfigure our funding for prevention and early intervention, possibly eliminate our innovation funded activities, disproportionately and negatively impact services oriented towards at-risk and underserved communities that can't otherwise be funded. Any reduction and reconfiguration of prevention and early intervention at a time when our suicide rates are increasing is of concern. And then under community services and supports, there's going to be a dramatic reduction of dollars, which will result in a reduction of services. And it will also result in a reduction of being able to bring in federal matching dollars. Next slide, please. So right now, 1/3 of all county behavioral health funding comes from MHSA. Earmarking the $1 billion statewide for housing is equivalent to leaving $1 billion of federal matching funds on the table for a net loss of $2 billion overall in funding for Medi-Cal mental health services. And some of the Department of Finance forecasting reports are really showing that the state revenues are probably going to be below those initial project estimates. And so that's going to be of concern too, in order to be able to fund the housing infrastructure desired. One of the other pieces, if revenue drops, other funding sources need to be identified or services will need to be reprioritized and reduced. And then we have summaries of our allocations by components and the strategies on these next slides to show you where any future reallocations would need to come from. So next slide, please. So this is community services and supports. This is our full service partnership programs. Full service partnership programs is likely to be minimal impact. So these would likely mostly be maintained. There would probably be a slight reduction, maybe about $1 million or so. Next slide, please. This is our general system development programs, and this is where we serve every individual who doesn't need that highest level of full service partnership. The majority of the people we serve are in this area. All of this is at risk. We are looking at cutting at least $10 million out of here. And so that will cause a lot of pain under this proposal and a lot of impact to our communities. Next slide, please. Prevention and early intervention. All of this will go away. Next slide, please. Innovation. This will all go away. Next slide. Workforce education and training. While I appreciate that the state would be making efforts to do workforce education and training at a state level, and that is greatly appreciated and needed, I also think that we still need to be able to provide workforce education and training at a local level as well. This would be gone. Next slide. Capital facilities and technology. This would be gone. Next slide. So really some of the highlights, we really believe that MHSA needs to remain a core service of funding for Medi-Cal without diverting 30% to a new housing component. We need to be able to continue our commitment to prevention and early intervention. That MHSA reform should improve accountability and transparency without adding to administrative burden or creating undue penalties on county behavioral health and counties in general. And MHSA reforms must preserve local control and improve our flexibility to be responsive to the needs of our community. Next slide. There is still a lot of ongoing discussion and advocacy. It is not finalized yet. The County Behavioral Health Directors Association and others continue to communicate with the governor's office to advocate for changes to mitigate concerns and also supporting changes that will help our community. I expect that there still are going to be some changes. And I expect that CSAC and CBHDA and County Behavioral Health Directors Association, California State Association of Counties, and CHIAC, which is the county health departments, are going to have a shared letter coming out shortly that is, again, sharing the concerns that they collectively see, along with recommendations being made to the governor and Senator Eggman. Next slide. And with that, I will ask if there's any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Certainly an important item that our community and the board should be aware of. There's only 3.5 weeks left in the legislative session. I did pass out the letter that CSAC, along with RCRC, urban counties, a lot of the other probation, behavioral health directors, human services, welfare directors, they all signed. This was in your folder. That was the latest letter because SB 326 was being heard in Assembly Health Committee today. But as you're saying, there's ongoing negotiations, and hopefully we could improve these bills before they get put on the ballot, because otherwise there's no more negotiating once they're put on the ballot initiative for next March, right? It will be on March 5th.
It would be on the March ballot.
And then
yes.
it would probably go into effect the end of beginning of 2025. Do you
It
know?
will start being phased in, and I believe it is 2025 that the phase in starts.
Okay, let's go to questions by colleagues. Comments or questions?
Yeah, just
we'll go to the public.
As much as we can take a position today that my colleagues are comfortable opposing this, I think it's critically important that we stake that ground now, because as it was said, we've only got 3 weeks and the negotiations are over, and we have to be honest about the call for transparency. We're talking about the people at the table negotiating, meeting key associations around the state, but the public has not had a chance to look at what this language is and will do. By the time it's done, we'll be told, oh, time frame's up, got to vote now, got to get it on the ballot. It was what it was. It was a time frame. No, we've had a year and we've known these conversations have been happening in places and rooms that we have not had complete access to through all these different folks. And it's not appropriate, in my opinion, to move forward in a direction that will severely undercut resources for our communities, especially that $2 billion number. It's not the right time to support something like this. In fact, I think it's time to oppose something like this, especially at a time when we know that prevention is the key way to stop some of the critical emergencies we're seeing in our community. Just last week, a few of us had an opportunity to sit at the opening of a beautiful new facility, which was funded by private dollars here in Monterey County. And we heard from the leadership within that facility that the most important aspect of what they do is prevention. Mm-hmm. And we heard about the success rates that come from intervention, especially at early ages, and to see that completely axed from our capacity for those with the highest need in our community is completely and wildly inappropriate. And so I'm in support of any opposition we can pose now to put ourselves in a better position so the public knows that we stood up early before this comes to us in March when we're told it's the last and best offer, take it or leave it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Let's go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Yeah, I totally share your thought, Chris, and was remembering Ohana without any question. As I was reading everything, I spoke to Annette yesterday and understand that we've not taken a position. So my hope is that we would take either an oppose or oppose unless amended position so that we can really just come out of the box. I felt like it was a grab that was absolutely tenable for us. So that's what I would like to see us do today.
Supervisor Askin and Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I do think we can take a position as Supervisor Lopez is suggesting today. I will, I think that we have to be willing to engage in some really difficult and challenging conversations. We need to be willing collectively with cities to talk about who and where does responsibility fall for ensuring that our homeless neighbors have their needs met, whether that is with the county, whether that's, with cities. I think it's important that we delineate some of these responsibilities. This doesn't appear to be the path towards allowing us to actually meaningfully meet those needs or to be clear about how we're going to fund those needs. So I think it does need more discussion. The other thing that as we talk about behavioral health and we talk about behavioral health dollars and housing dollars, I spent a good portion of last weekend reading some of the reports that were made available through the Hernandez lawsuit settlement, the monitoring reports in the jail. And it's abundantly clear to me that there's some conversations that need to be had around behavioral health systems within incarceration, around incarceration, prior to incarceration, after incarceration, and the need for counties to meaningfully engage in the conversation about what we do and how we plan for behavioral health dollars. Like that needs to happen. However, the way in which this has come about and the way in which we haven't, I think, been meaningfully at the table for some of these discussions to come to the solution that's in front of us today, I think that that's problematic. So I would hope that, in any statement of opposition to what's being proposed, I think that I would like for us to be very clear that we are interested in engaging in conversations and looking forward to being a part of discussions around solutions that work for everyone involved, specifically those of our those residents in our community who really need access to these resources most. So if we could slightly get support, and also we're committed, I'm committed to being a part of the solution and figuring out how we can think about this differently, how we can approach this differently, how we can get to the place where we have our the highest impact for our dollars.
Supervisor Church.
I do want to concur on that. This is, there's so many problems out here. I mean, whether from homelessness on mental health issues, we have to think out of the box. We have to find solutions. You can't take from one problem solutions to fix another. They're all important. They're all equally important. And unfortunately, this is kind of what we're doing here. So I'm, concur with this, with my colleagues on their views onto this. And this comes really, really bad time when not just us, but other counties throughout the state are going to be facing some financial difficulties, and it just compounds a problem. So leave it at that.
Go to members of the public. Anyone would like to comment on this presentation today on these potentially 2 bonds to reform the Mental Health Services Act? About 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Name is Eric Peterson. You've heard me talk about Connor numerous times. This is what he needs. Connor, paranoid, schizophrenic, alcoholic, homeless on the streets of Seaside for more than the last 2 decades. And there's a lot of people like him. And it's when Connor's on medication or having a good day, he's reasonably coherent and reasonably with it. He's not that far from being productive if he gets the treatment he needs. But Connor, right now he's in jail again. Seaside Police apparently decided to clean things up for Car Week. Connor's on parole. He was arrested for parole violation. Totally useless expenditure of money. Doesn't do anybody any good except the rich car people. And totally useless for the city of Seaside, but that's Seaside Police. So you chance to be a bully? Hey, let's go for it. One other thing away from Connor, when I was in the Army, I was the administrator of the drug program in my company for 15 months. And we had about maybe 10% in the drug program, but there were units in Hanau near Frankfurt that had 50% addiction rates. And even decades later, there's bound to be some holdover from that. And when you get into veterans, there's a lot of vets out there who could use some help. And not just the people like Connor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? I don't see anybody in chambers. Anybody online? Then we'll bring this back. I would just like to briefly add, this was always a concern of mine when we were in budget committee, only because I know the way Sacramento works. When they see large sums in an accounts, we knew that it was a matter of time before the legislators, with increasing pressure to better address homelessness, they're going to try to take from all the many services that counties are paying for at this time. And the time has come. That's what they're doing now. And they already put billions of dollars towards addressing homelessness. we have a lot more work to do to address the crisis, but this seems to be an answer that they think is going to make the difference. And I think it might, in many ways, exacerbate the problem, especially when we're losing billions of dollars that are otherwise coming with its current, the way the current MHSA is set up. So I would just suggest that we do oppose unless amended. That's more, the tone is better with that approach. And then it gives us an opportunity in the letter to see all the other concerns we have and changes we would like to see. But these letters, maybe not to all the legislators that pay attention, we do get listed in the opposition or oppose unless amended in the analysis, but it's really speaking to our 4 state legislators, Senator Letter, Senator Caballero, Assembly-Member Rivas, and Don Addis, because that's who's really paying attention. Where are their counties on this issue? How is it going to impact their districts, the services they have in their communities, and certainly with the new speaker, he's in a position to hopefully pay attention and make some fine tuning of these ballot initiatives. I think they are going to happen by the end of the 3.5 weeks, by September 14th. And so it's incumbent upon us to try to make sure that our voices are heard on behalf of our constituents among the many providers that will be adversely impacted by a reduction in services. So that's what I would recommend.
So, Mr. Chair, can I ask on that recommendation that you're making? I guess my concern is what are we going to clarify as our requested amendments? I mean, it would be to be left whole. And to be honest, the process and the way that it's played out is money's been dangled to other agencies, including like our First Fives and early childhood folks saying, hey, you might get a piece of this, support it. Right. So they're offering this money out to other folks to entice them in, but it's not enough money to entice them in. So everybody's taking an oppose unless amend position, and we'll just be another voice in that chorus. Unless we're left whole, I wouldn't support it. And so do you think there's a difference in terms of tone between those two for that purpose? Or is there constructive language we can add into what we would want to see in order to be moved out of that opposed position beyond just saying oppose and amend?
Well, I think the ballot initiative, they are both going to be, one's going to be placed on maybe both, because they touch two different, many different areas. But when you're just in a post position, you lose negotiations, right? We're not giving suggestions to our state legislators what we would like to see, knowing that something's going to happen, but we would like to try to mitigate so that we don't have as much loss as our staff just explained. And I would say it would be along the lines of what this coalition's already doing. They're trying to advocate for these changes outlined some on this particular bill in this letter. That would be to join forces in this coalition to try to be on the same page rather than just saying I disoppose any change. We know that's not going to be realistic. They are going to make some changes, but how can we minimize the adverse impact to our communities and services?
So I hear you. I guess for me, even what's in there is pushing the boundary for me and making me uncomfortable. But I hear you. If you want to be at the table, you have to be in a position where you say, I'm willing to be at the table to have that and be part of those conversations. Yeah, it's still a tough one to swallow. But I get what you're saying. Something's coming, but it's still got to be approved by the voters. And I think then we should also ask staff, once the bill is done in whatever form it gets done, that we get a final analysis here in front of us to take a formal position on those measures or however they're billed when they end up in front of us for on the ballot, so that I think we can let our public know our constituents know where we stand. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, do you want to comment on strategy or what tone your department would like to take on these two pieces of legislation?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. I mean, so first of all, I know the County Behavioral Health Directors Association has taken, kind of like the seek the amendment, just so that we could be participating in the process. I think that there are a couple of things that I would say would be essential. One, we need to preserve local flexibility. Two, we need to maintain our prevention and early intervention dollars and have flexibility for funding our other components. There's places where we need the capital facilities and supports. We need our workforce education. So an ability to maintain those things. And I think three, I absolutely recognize that homelessness is a major issue and that we as behavioral health have a responsibility to provide the services that go along with helping keep people supported and under shelter. We're not experts on paying rent, on property development, on building construction, on zoning, on any of that. And so I would propose that we suggest that any parts that we spend on housing, and I think that that would probably need to be scaled back, would be on services, behavioral health services to help keep people housed who have behavioral health conditions, as opposed to paying the rents and constructing units ourselves. And I would scale that down to a much smaller percentage because the cuts to our other programs would be devastating and likely result in other people becoming unhoused because we wouldn't be able to maintain the supportive services that keep them sheltered right now.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that we take a position of oppose unless amended on these pieces of legislation, specifically calling out a need for, I'd like to see complete local control over the flexibility of the expenditure of those dollars so that we can make those decisions here in county. But I think with that piece and anything else that folks want to specifically call out in the language?
I would just say some other issues that you raised in your presentation. Obviously, we don't capture everything in what Supervisor Lopez just said, but I want this letter to be our voice on this issue before it's finalized, and at least put on record and our community know that we did raise all these issues with our state legislators.
So preservation of prevention services as well. I see.
Yeah, thank you. So supportive of the aligning in many ways our position in our letter with the coalition statement of oppose unless amended. I think that the issues raised in the coalition letter are pretty clear. You know, we want to maintain MHSA funding for core mental health services, add fiscal protections, narrow the proposal to reform, make sure that we have, I think flexibility works for me. I don't think ultimate control. I think we do need to have some guidelines as to how we're spending dollars. We look across the state. You know, there's a role. We've got to be somewhat aligned. We can't all be doing our own thing. So preserving flexibility, maintaining prevention funds, and I would just say identify additional or alternative funding for the housing needs that exist. However, I would have, as I said, having read through some of these Hernandez reports, we are paying for housing. We're paying for really, really expensive, ineffective housing that adds more trauma to people when they return out of jail. So I do think there's my commitment would be to, we're going to have to, I think, collectively engage in the conversation around what incarceration looks like and how behavioral health is aligned with the goals that we collectively have, because that's a very, very, very expensive way that we're all paying for that right now. So at some point, all of these conversations need to come together. But for the purpose of this letter, identifying additional or alternative funds for housing, I think would address what I heard you say. So supportive of the letter, I think we should move forward. And then I would just ask that you keep us posted and find the ways to bring our Behavioral Health Commission along. We've got NAMI advocacy groups, just to make sure that they all understand what's at stake and what the county's position is.
Okay, we got to keep this moving. Supervisor Church, and we got to break for lunch. Go ahead.
And I realize we're not going to have total control, but I think we need to be able to maximize local control because, every county is different. We're different from Los Angeles. We're different from Amador. This is, one shoe isn't going to fit every foot right here. So I particularly like this part here, and I, want to really emphasize that into this. And I don't know if you got a second or not, but I am seconding it now.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. You got enough direction there to send a letter off, and Annette Diadamo is always good about making sure we send it out to all our delegation as well, and perhaps just CC our federal legislators just so they could be apprised of also the adverse local impacts as well.
Absolutely.
There's been a motion and a second. There's no further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Eckler and Mr. Drake and Mr. Chambo. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We will break for lunch. You want to come back at 1:45?
Yeah.
1:45, a little bit. We'll start a little late because we're breaking late. And also left lapel pins with our updated county logo for everyone and our staff. Thank you. We'll see you at 1:45. Hey, test whenever you are ready.
Podium mic, podium mic.
Good.
Wireless one, wireless one.
Good.
Clerk's mic.
Good.
Mic 12, mic 12.
Good.
Mic number 10, mic number 10.
Good.
Mic number 9, mic number 9.
Good.
This is seat 7, mic is seat 7.
Good.
Mic number 5, mic number 5.
Good.
Mic number 4, mic number 4.
Good.
Mic number 3, mic number 3.
Perfect. Let's make sure to do the wireless mic too. And the second one is mic. I haven't did that this morning.
Should be all good. We just need staff 1,
Good.
staff 2, staff 2.
Wonderful. Ready to roll. All right, everyone. We're sorry we're running a little late. We had a lot on closed session agenda. So we're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with Supervisor Church joining us shortly.
And we'll go back to our interpreter, Maria Avila, to make her Spanish announcement, Spanish interpreter services announcement.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to keep moving. We're on item 19. This is to conduct a required public hearing to obtain residents' views to respond to proposals and questions received during the preceding 30-day public comment period regarding the county citizen participation plan for the Housing and Urban Developments, or HUDs, a community development block grant CDBG program, and accept revisions to the CPP. And we have Don Yonemitsu, our management analyst. And Mr. Spencer, thank you for joining us.
So the board and the public. My name is Don Yonemitsu. I'm with Housing and Community Development, and we're here to present a request for an amendment to the Citizen Participation Plan. The actions to approve, we need to conduct a public hearing, close the public comment period, and then the revisions to the plan. Citizens are encouraged to participate in the community development block grant. So it's published in a newspaper, can even be social media. So we're actually going to request, currently it's been published in 3 newspapers. We want to go to 1 newspaper to be kind of in flow with what we normally do with other actions, and also to publish in social media. It's also correcting a few parts of the name, address, and we're also removing the COVID response now that COVID has been removed. And so it's the CARE Act removal that we're asking to have removed from it. We're also doing it in line with the days of publication to match what HUD's requirements are. We always try to strive to put it for as many days as possible. HUD's requirement is 15 days. And that is all that we're asking to change from it.
Okay, thank you for that overview. Anything else, Mr. Spencer?
No, just happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions for the board? Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the update and pulling the information together and keeping these things lined up and according to all of the state and federal guidelines is complicated. I do think in order to keep it simplified, keeping the public comment at 30 days just for all situations would, I think, be clearer for everyone, given that we also have the large cities, some of the cities are participants and everyone has different rules. It was just always 30 days. I think that keeps it cleaner for everyone. So that would be one suggestion that I would have to change when changed to what's being suggested, but also just want to acknowledge the new public friendly email address. I think that makes a lot of sense and makes it easier for people to be able to communicate rather than having to keep track of which staff person is assigned and what that individual email address may be. But if it's an option to keep it at 30 days across the board for all public comment, I think that would be something that would be beneficial. Thank you for the work.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the board? Any comments from the public on this presentation? Seeing none, nobody online either. Okay. We could entertain, we need to conduct just a hearing and to accept the revision. So we need a motion on this, right? Okay. So entertain a motion, staff recommendation.
So did we open the public hearing and close the public? Is that done already? So if it is, I'm happy to move approval.
It was just to receive it on the proposals and questions received during the preceding 30-day period, right?
And there was none.
There was none. Okay.
Perfect. Okay, motion.
Okay, it's moved. Is there a second?
So I guess it would, the question is there a way to keep it a public comment at 30 days and the final changes that we're making?
Yes.
And does that need to be part of the motion to make that request?
Is it currently 15 days? We would need to modify that.
Well, I think in section 7, it says the draft plan suggests changing the period for citizen comments on the consolidated plan from 30 to 15 days. If it was a substantial amendment. If it was not a substantial amendment, if it's a substantial amendment, then it has to stay at 30 days. But I would just ask that in section 7, could we adopt the plan, if it can make an amendment to the motion?
That's
Keep it at 30 days.
Just to keep it in section 7, amend section 7 as proposed to allow for 30 days, regardless of whether it's a substantial amendment or not.
Perfect.
And I'll second your motion. Thank you.
All right. Been moved, it's been seconded. If there's no further comment, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for your presentation. We're now going to item number 20. I think some of the similar HCD stuff, maybe. It's a 2023 land use fee update. This has two parts. Finding that modification of permit fees is statutorily exempt from CEQA, and then adopting a resolution amending the Monterey County fee resolution. We have Karen Riley Ohms, management analyst. Thank you for joining us. Mhm.
Good afternoon, Chair Leaho and board members.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Karen Riley Ohms. I'm with Housing and Community
You want to
Development.
pull the microphone a little closer so people could hear you
Sorry,
clearly
I'm
at home?
shorter than Dawn.
There you go.
I'm Karen Riley Ohms. I'm with Housing and Community Development, and I'm doing the presentation today for item number 20, the 2023 land use fee update for HCD. First of all, before we begin, I'd like to read a correction into the record. A typo was identified in fee article 9, page 4. The first item listed in the hourly rate section, code enforcement investigations and compliance support, should have footnote 11 rather than 14. The correction has been made to the fee article and necessary corrected documents have been provided to the clerk of the board. Okay. Before you today are staff's recommendations that the board find that modification of permit fees is statutorily exempt from CEQA section 15273. Amending fee article 9 to replace the condition compliance deposits with flat fees. Amending article 19 to clarify permit fees for special events and encroachments, and increase in the technology fee from 7.04% to 7.49% in both Article 9 and 19. The proposed update to Article 9 consists of changing from the deposit structure to a flat fee structure. Currently, we have 3 levels of condition compliance fees. We have a $2,000 level for conditions between 1 and 10. Between 1 and 10 conditions, $4,000 for between 11 and 20 conditions, and $6,000 for 21 or more. And staff has found that this is a high maintenance system for us because we have to reconcile the deposit many times to update it with the fees that have, or the time tracked, and either replenish the fund or issue a refund. For the same reasons that the costs are unpredictable for the applicants as well. So in order to convert to flat fees, staff used approximately a year of time tracking data to determine the average number of conditions and the average amount of time spent on condition compliance tasks by tier. And generally speaking, moving up through the tiers, projects become more complex, as do the conditions that go with them. The only thing that did not follow the trend was tier 5. And that was because the projects that are in tier 5 tend not to have a lot of conditions, and those that are on them are typically minor. The hours spent per tier on condition compliance tasks were then converted to a fee by multiplying the average amount of time spent by the hourly rate for planning, which is $175 per hour. And with tier 7 projects, they all require a deposit at the time of application because of their complexity. So we are not suggesting to add another fee to that level, and instead billing the time tracked for condition compliance against the already existing deposit. The proposed updates to Article 19 for building services includes for special events to add language to inform that encroachment permits may be required, for special event submittal timelines. Special event submittal timelines apply to the related encroachment permits. And for encroachment permits, adding an encroachment inspection fee, as well as adding language to inform that planning or building permits may be required for work within the right-of-way when adding structures or removing trees. And adding an hourly fee to process encroachment maintenance agreements. Other changes proposed for Article 19 include removing express plan review fees for after hours and holidays, and moving 2 fee items to the correct section. Those fee items are plan review for projects not otherwise specified and additional technical review or specialty review. Those are just being moved down to the fees not otherwise specified section. Lastly, staff proposes to increase the technology fee from 7.04 to 7.49% to offset HCD permit related technology costs. The breakdown of all of the costs can be found in attachment D. Included in these costs is $250,000 to fund Amendment 4 to the Acela agreement. That's the permitting system that we use in HCD. And that's for a 12-month period to amend or to perform the system maintenance and optimization. Staff will return to the board at the end of the 12-month period to consider decreasing the fee back to 7.04 or an amount that's appropriate depending on revenue and costs at the time. Also, the Amendment 4 will be on the August 29th agenda as a consent item coming forward. In summary, staff proposes that the board find that permit fees are statutorily exempt from CEQA per section 15273, amending fee Article 9 to replace the condition compliance deposits with flat fees, amend fee Article 19 to clarify permit fees for special events and encroachments, and increase the technology fee from 7.04 to 7.49% in both Article 9 and 19. This concludes the presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Okay, we'll start with any questions from the board. Supervisor Adams?
Yeah, I think what I'll do is wait to see if there's any comment from the public, and then I'll raise my questions.
Any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Church?
Yeah. Do we take any consideration into the impact this can have on affordable housing on our fee structure?
Normally in modifying fees or establishing fees, yes. In this instance, it's really mostly cleanup. The condition compliance fees actually going down considerably. And from a deposit amount that's fairly high, according to the numbers we've found, to a flat fee amount that's predictable and much lower than that deposit amount was. The percentage of the overall cost of the permit is going up by 0.4% or something to cover for the 1 year time frame to cover the costs of the system optimization for our permitting structure, which we hope will help improve our permitting overall. And the rest of it is collecting a fee for services we've been providing without collecting the fee, mostly encroachment inspections. our staff goes out and is doing the inspections without the ability to recover the costs for doing that. So I don't believe that it will have an impact on affordable housing in this case, and it's because at this point, it's really mostly cleanup.
So one of the other items on the agenda today, discussing some with affordable housing, also discuss the problem we have with creating affordable housing in smaller homes, because a lot of these fees are based per unit and not by square feet. Have we explored into that at all of really pricing a lot of our fees on square foot, for example, then instead of unit?
Yeah. So the planning permit fees and one of the articles that's being amended is not based on square footage. It's based on permit type, which are included in different fee categories. The building permit fee is based somewhat on square footage because of the way that the International Building Code is established for collecting those fees and the amount of time it takes to do the review for the plans and the inspections.
So are you saying we're not really able to go through and intensify by that particular part of unit by square feet instead of by unit? Or is there's an option that we could pursue at some point in the future a little more than we are now?
Yes, there are different fees that apply. These fees are for the recovery of the time and resources spent on processing a permit application to the county. As part of the permitting process, there are development impact fees, which might include school districts, sewers, traffic. Those are all established based on different studies and how much improvement is needed in those districts. And those are often by unit or by square footage. That is not what we're proposing to amend today, but that would be something we could look at as being part of the costs of development moving forward. This is more about trying to stay whole and keep our budget as much in a cost recovery basis as possible. But in this case, it's cleanup and somewhat reducing the fee to the right size to reduce some administrative burden as well.
Yeah, no, I understand. Let's just open up a conversation that way. The other question I had here was, about remodeling building permit and extended remodeling and correspondence. Give me a little clearer definition of what some of the minor work that's classified here as 20% would be in terms of cosmetic work and, refinishing walls, and what kind of plumbing we're talking about on that.
Yeah, I'm hoping Josh Bowling, our building official, is on Zoom and he might be able to give you more details about that.
I'm not sure if he is or not. I can give you a little bit of an example for the lowest one, the 20% remodel category or minor. That would be like a kitchen remodel. So if somebody were pulling cabinets, replacing a sink, moving a sink, putting in new appliances and doing the plumbing for the gas and electrical and plumbing for the gas and the sink and electrical outlets and such, that would be a minor remodel. And so the valuation would be decreased to 20% of what it would be for a whole new house.
So, removing a sink or removing a toilet, for example?
Those would be a single trade.
That would be,
permit.
but that would be considered
A lesser permit.
Some of these on these are permit requirements here. I just really wonder how I don't know how many we get on these on remodels, because I'm trying to think how practical is it for some of this. I understand for a new home, great. Let's make sure everything's done right. But somebody has a broken toilet on a Friday night. It's kind of hard to go down and get a permit.
Honestly, we don't get a lot of permits coming in just for a toilet replacement or a sink replacement.
Right.
It's generally like a kitchen remodel or bathroom remodel.
Sure. And that's my point of bringing it all up is, since we're not getting very many, why do we even have it? onto there. And in terms of it just seems like it can open up a problem for somebody at some point out of here on something that we're shorthanded. And, do we really even need to be sending somebody out for something like that?
Yeah. So there are a lot of requirements for building permits in the California Building Code, and that's essentially what we're following. We do the inspections when the inspections are needed, and we try and keep those permits as simple as possible. You actually don't need a permit to fix your toilet or even replace it. But if you're moving plumbing inside the wall, then you do need the permit. Right. And then we will send an inspector out, but the permit there wouldn't be a plan review fee as long as you're just saying, I'm moving this pipe from one wall to another. And we would just have a building inspector go out one time, do the inspection, and verify that the plumbing is installed according to the code requirements.
Right.
That would be the cost recovery for the building inspector time is what we're charging.
Yeah,
So,
no, I understand. I've gotten some conflicting information on this. So it wouldn't be for a toilet. It would be for a sink. Or no, I'm not talking about moving the sink.
I don't want to belabor the point, but we've got 5 more items on the agenda.
Yeah, I understand. I understand, but I'm trying to get to understand here on something I think is, is important in dealing with out here.
Yeah. I think the fixture itself is not the thing that requires a permit.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you. Other questions?
I will speak now.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Thanks. So thank you very much for all of the work that you have put into this. And I know it's difficult, but I'm kind of picking up on what Glenn said. I just feel like we need to have a much bigger conversation about the policies and procedures to better serve the residents' needs, but also ensuring that the costs are being recovered through the fees. I just feel like I'm as I was reading through everything, I felt like I need a bigger picture. I need to see it somehow, looking at the bigger picture. I feel like I'm just looking at little bitty bits, this and that and this and that. And I'm unable to even, really respond well to what it is that you've put forward. I think that what I hear from residents, though, and from others around who've done building in other counties, is that we are really expensive. We are really expensive in the permit side of things. And I just feel like we need to look at things like the timeliness. We need to look at the cost, questioning the application, helping people when they talk to someone on the phone or come up even and get information. And then they go away and they come back to follow up on it and they get a different person who gives them totally different information. And that, I think, is something that we need to work on. I know when we did the Citygate report, there were some very good things that were implemented. And unfortunately, I didn't have it with me as I was doing my board review. So I don't recall what their approach was to fee restructures, although I know that it was one of the things that they had looked at. But I just feel like we need to be able to create policies that ensure everybody the health and safety for the visitors and the residents alike, but that there is some discretion in how things are applied. I feel like the whole common sense, sometimes it doesn't feel like there's any common sense applied. When I was looking at the no fee for special events as an example, and I know that must just be for one element of special events, but of all places where we ought to be, having a big permit fee, because that's where people are making so much money on the backs of the residents. I'm not comfortable just with the way that we're looking at it. I feel like we need to have a bigger comprehensive review of the fees. Just one final comment that I'll make regarding the change in the verbiage, the changes for the technology fee. Wouldn't it be easier if we just added language that said essentially that what we're doing when we put this the increased fee from 7.04 to 7.49 is that this would be for a period not to exceed 12 months. So that automatically it's going to go back to the 7.04 after 12 months without having to come back to the board and take up more of your time to do that. So that's kind of like my final comment, but I think you hear what I'm saying, that I don't know if anybody even agrees with me on this, but I just feel like we need to have a bigger more depthful look at the whole fee structure and try to see what we can do to make it more understandable and equitable for the folks in the community. So
Thank you.
That's it.
Anyone else? Let's go to comments from the public. Any comments from the public on this item? We'll bring it back to the board right now. Don't see anybody in chambers, anybody online? Okay, now any other colleagues who haven't spoken yet? Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, just, having done a deep dive after many years as a staffer on these particular issues, I get it. I get that it's focused on cost recovery and that we can't go by square footage because it often takes somebody the same amount of time to look at a 1,500 square foot house and a 4,000 square foot house. And the amount of paperwork on the back end is exactly the same. So the amount of time contributed to get there ends up being the same. But I do think that there is an opportunity in a more in-depth look to look at specifically equitable approaches given perhaps income or something of that nature, but realize that it will be putting that additional cost into some other bucket because we are a full cost recovery department. So that means other people's fees will go up if we take that approach. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. In fact, I'd like to see what that looks like, but that is a huge ask of staff in terms of figuring out what that looks like and bringing forward a recommendation. But big picture, understanding why we are where we are after many years of being frustrated with the code that comes down from the state that forces us to change our regulations, that requires us to go into homes at times when realistically we know we're never going to step into those homes unless we're there for something else and catch other issues mid-process. Full transparency, my wife changes our toilets on Saturday mornings when I'm trying to sleep in. It's what she does. She is, I don't want to use choice language, but she is a woman with many sets of tools. And if I try to sleep in, trust me, she's banging on that toilet and making sure I hear every single movement. And it's more than a one-time occurrence. And so I know that perhaps I have toilets that have been moved in homes that without permits, and that's okay. That's not the intent. And I think that's part of the challenge that we have in managing such a large district and having places like Home Depot that are open almost 24/7 when you can go grab what you need, and we're not restricting it on that end. So big picture, again, I'm supportive of looking at something bigger, knowing that we might actually be pushing costs up in certain areas, but know that that's part of that back into that consequence of decisions. But with that, my comments are closed, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. I recognize that what we're being asked to do is just make some very specific updates. And I don't have any questions about the specific updates, but since it was on the agenda, there were two items that I did want to ask about for consideration at a future discussion or update. One of them was the hazard tree removal. I had a chance to drive around District 2 with Supervisor Church last week, and he was able to point out to me many of the non-native eucalyptus trees that do pose significant hazards. I just wanted to make sure that we're all really clear that about what's considered a hazard tree removal, and that some of those trees that we're working really hard to get removed through other programs are included in that no fee portion. And then on tier 3, where we talk about road names, I believe, and we tried to get some clarification on this, but that the $3,300 road name piece was the cost to request renaming or to name a road. And we do have a parallel conversation happening around, we have identified that there are certain road names that are problematic, that have racist past, that particularly in my district, we have 12 that were specifically called out as Confederate general names, and that for individuals in that community that want to bring forward a request for renaming of those particular roads that have been pre-identified, that we do have a process to allow for the waiver, a waiving of that $3,300 fee for a changing of a road name. So that's being dealt with separately. But I do think that if we're going to look at this ordinance or this update for fees in the future, that we make sure that we identify that specifically and that it's called out in our future next update. But thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And this was a more minor, smaller changes of 0.45% for a few months. But you heard some of the concerns that it's a topic for another day by my colleagues. Thank you for the presentation. I want to entertain a motion. There was a correction in Article 9, page 4 on the hourly section rate. You said footnote 11, not 14. That was only change that we need to include it in the motion.
Move approval with the noted correction.
Is there a second? Moved by Lopez, seconded by,
Also add the language that I suggested about the 7.04% would be a period not to exceed 12 months.
would that work? Not having to come back and dropping it back down?
Happy to amend the motion.
Okay. That way, one less item on a future agenda. All right.
Second.
Moved by Lopez, seconded by Askew. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're now going to item 21. This is the Central Coast Renewables LLC, formerly North Monterey County Unified School District, adopting a resolution amending the North County Land Use Plan Figure 2, the Moss Landing Community Plan to change the land use designation on the property at 8142 Moss Landing Road. Pass it, sir. Philangelo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board and the public. I'm Phil Angelo with Housing and Community Development, and I'll be presenting staff's report on Central Coast Renewables LLC. The project takes place on a property at 8142 Moss Landing Road in the Moss Landing Community Plan, which is Chapter 5 of the North County Land Use Plan. All properties in the county have a land use designation. In the county's coastal zone, that designation comes from their respective land use plan. Additionally, the zoning ordinance establishes districts with regulations specific to each district. They layer on top of each other with the land use designation giving broad policy direction and the zoning regulations implementing that policy direction. The property presently has a public, quasi-public, educational, and scientific land use designation with an accompanying public, quasi-public, coastal zone or PQP CZ zoning district. The project consists of amending the land use designation to commercial general, amending the zoning to Moss Landing commercial coastal zone, and the applicants have applied for a coastal administrative permit to use the existing office building for an electrical solar contractor, as it was formerly owned by the school district and it has been sold to that contractor. The property is the gray trapezoid here, and the surrounding properties have a general commercial land use designation. And on the zoning district map here, the surrounding properties have a Moss Landing commercial zoning designation. So changing the land use and the zoning to be consistent with the surrounding properties would create a cohesive general commercial district along Moss Landing Road, which is keeping with the community plan policy 5.2.1B2. The surrounding land uses include the Captain's Inn to the north, marine metal repair facility directly to the south. Many of the other surrounding properties are vacant commercially zoned properties. An office for an electrical contractor would be similar in nature to the marine facility to the south and would be an appropriate land use for the commercial land use designation. The description of the public, quasi-public, educational, scientific designation in the current Moss Landing Community Plan specifically mentions the school district office building along Moss Landing Road. Therefore, staff are also recommending that that verbiage be removed from the description of land use designation so that the narrative of the plan matches the land use plan map. The project was referred to the North County Land Use Advisory Committee, who recommended approval on January 18th, 2023, and the Monterey County Planning Commission, who recommended approval on June 28th, 2023. So staff are recommending that the Board of Supervisors find that the adoption of the local coastal program and amendment and approval of the coastal administrative permit is exempt from CEQA. Adopt a resolution to amend the North County Land Use Plan to change the land use designation to commercial general and remove the reference to the school district office building from the description of that the public, quasi-public land use designation. Adopt an ordinance to change the zoning of the property to Moss Landing commercial coastal zone. Adopt a resolution to approve the coastal administrative permit to allow the use of the existing building for an electrical/solar contractor. subject to the local coastal program amendment being certified by the Coastal Commission, and direct staff to submit the local coastal program amendment with those land use plan amendments and zoning ordinance to the California Coastal Commission for certification. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Supervisor
Briefly, on here, one thing that's not really highlighted, I don't think really real strongly in this, and I think what's a real plus for this program or this for this project is there will be EV charging stations for the public available, and I don't think there is anything in that area at this time. So I think it's this is fills in a need there. I'm supportive of this change, and I think it's overall what we want really within that community.
And the only question I would have, they're replacing the old office, the old school office that was there. Beyond that, what else is anticipated? Are they going to be repaving the parking? Are they going to have a gated maintenance yard for vehicles? It wasn't clear from the staff memo.
So they would be using the existing office building, and then some of the back of that office building they would be using for material storage. And there is an existing gate that they would use, and they would have like vehicles in the back because there's already a paved yard area. I'm not sure if they would be restriping the front area.
Okay, thank you. Other colleagues, seeing none, let's all take this to the public. Any comments for the public on this change of this former school district facility? See none, we'll bring this back for a motion.
So I'll move to approve the recommendations laid out here for this.
There's second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Adams. See no further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. You're done. All right, we're going to CAO comments by our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa.
Right, just very briefly, I mean, we were gone for about 3 weeks, so a lot happened within the last 3 weeks. Did have a chance to meet with Assembly Speaker Rivas regarding the recovery efforts in Pajaro, and we do have quite a few meetings that are scheduled through our Department of Emergency Management related to recovery efforts at that site. We also I went out to Bryson Hesperia in Supervisor Lopez's district. I didn't realize Bryson Hesperia was out there. I had heard of it. And now I know where it's at. It is very much out there. You lose cell service for a little bit, so just plan accordingly. And then I also had a chance to go and speak with the young leaders in Greenfield as well. So similar to Supervisor Alejo's team, I spoke with some young folks from the Greenfield area about what we do in the county, and it's refreshing to see the youth interested in county government, but also government at different levels. So that was a great visit. I did have a chance to go out to Pebble Beach this weekend and with Supervisor Adams, and had an opportunity to see a lot of very cool cars and a lot of great people out on site as well. And most importantly, here we did I appointed our new Chief Assistant County Administrative Officer. It is Nick Chulos, who has decades of experience with the county. And most importantly, he has a love for the people that we serve and a lot of interest in making sure that we're providing the best services to our community. And so if you haven't yet, please congratulate Nick Chulos on his recent appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO De La Rosa, for your comments here. Any public comments on the report that the CEO just gave? See none here, none online. We will then close that item and go to just a readout of a new referral by Supervisor Adams regarding renter census data in unincorporated Monterey County.
And the referral is 2023.18 from Supervisor Adams related to renter census data in unincorporated county of Monterey. And that has been assigned to the related department head and will be coming forward for an update.
We'll pick that up on another day. We're going to item number 24. This is referral responses. This is more detailed report on a referral by Supervisor Askew, the general plan housing element 6-cycle update. I received a response from on the referral from staff. And we have Melanie Beretti, Gabriel Sanders, and Matt Wartha. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, Supervisors. Melanie Beretti with Housing and Community Development Department. I'm joined by Craig Spencer with Housing Community Development. And then, as you indicated, we are also joined by our colleagues from Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. I'm going to give a very brief housing element status update, and then I'll invite our MBET partners to come up and present. So the referral before you today is 2023.14 referral to look at housing policies and practices, and in particular, look at MBEP's recent publication to of such. We will just briefly, I wanted to give a quick overview of some of the key findings that we were able to glean out of our community outreach and community surveys that we conducted earlier this year, which we're actively incorporating into our draft housing element. Some of the highest needs that stood out in our community surveys and solicitations were the need for employee housing and the need for apartment rentals in the unincorporated areas. We're sorely deficient of these. And another really important kind of take home, which has been a theme throughout our housing element update, has been looking at getting affordable housing throughout the county, and in particular, looking to locate that in areas of higher resources. And then also focusing on our underserved communities and focusing on improving our infrastructure and opportunities in those communities. So that's consistent with some of the goals of the housing policy and what we're hearing from our community as well. There's also opportunities to improve how we address fair housing, as well as address some housing discrimination that our community members are experiencing. And so all of these pieces will be incorporated as a part of our draft element and some of the programs and policies that we'll be recommending as a part of that document. So just to frame today's conversation, I find these visuals helpful, and MBEP will go into this a little bit as well. What we're really looking at is how can we look at getting more and denser and more deeply affordable, if not through deed restriction, then also through hopefully affordable by design in our housing in the unincorporated areas of Monterey County. And so, typically what we see are fairly low density developments in unincorporated area, looking more at the single family clustering as a step up. And what we're really looking at is trying to help move us along that continuum more towards denser clustering, some of what you might see like in the East Garrison development, for those who are familiar, in unincorporated areas. And then even go beyond that, looking at opportunities where we can do more apartment style. And that would be responsive to some of the feedback that we've been hearing from the community as well. So in order to get there, we really need to take a hard look at our policies. We really need to take a hard look at programs and prioritizing those where this type of development might be practical in the unincorporated areas. As we know, there's some strong limitations and constraints as well. So just as an update, in June, we released our draft sites inventory. We received a significant amount of public input on that, and staff has been taking the time to make sure we have full community engagement in that process. And so we are looking at finalizing the feedback that we've heard to finalize that draft sites inventory by the end of this month and get that back to our consultant team so that they can take that along with all the information we have and start further developing the remaining chapters for our draft housing element. We're looking now at, in order to have more robust input from the community, a little bit more delay on our housing element draft. It'll be later this fall. And when that comes up, just a reminder, there will be a formal 30-day public review. During that time, staff we will be scheduling workshops at our Housing Advisory Committee, our Health, Housing, Human Services Subcommittee, and the Planning Commission. We will also be looking to conduct some pop-up events during that time, especially in our more underserved limited resource communities that don't typically engage at the workshop level. And then from there, we'd be looking at doing an open house, getting our draft element updated and submitted to State Housing Community Development early 2024. I apologize, the date's incorrect on that slide. So with that, this is the contact information for anyone who is interested in getting more information. You can, the easiest way is to send us an email to generalplanupdates@co.monterey.ca.us. Make sure you're on the mailing distribution list for our housing element and our other general plan elements that are being updated. You can also visit our webpage. I did want to take a minute, though it's not housing element directly related, tandem to our development of the housing element. We are also updating our safety element for the county and developing a new environmental justice element. And we have our community survey, which is available for safety and environmental justice. It's on our webpage, and we're starting our pushing that out into the community. So just wanted to make a plug for that community survey and hope to get broad participation. So with that, staff's available for questions. It's up to you if you'd like to pause for questions now or go ahead and invite our colleagues from MBEP up and let them present.
Great. The presentation from MBEP first, then we'll take everything at the end.
All right. Thank you, Melanie, for the introduction. How do I advance slides from here?
Just let me know when you want me to go.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Matt Huerta, Senior Advisor with Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you today, and I'm standing in for our President and CEO, Tara Goraya, who sends her regards. We'll do a very brief overview about Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. Now in our 7th year of service, our mission is to improve the economic health and quality of life in our region. I think advance the next one. There we go. Just so you have a nice slick slide. The next one. And our members and board represent the largest employers in the region, public, private, and nonprofit. And the County of Monterey is one of our founding members. We thank you for your leadership. And I also want to mention that our very own CAO, De La Rosa, is also serving on our board. Thank you for your service. Next. Oh, actually, let's focus on that one for another minute. Our key initiative areas include economic and workforce development. We have brought millions of new investment into our region through the Economic Resilience Fund, the region's Rise Together initiative, and worked with county and others on the Joby Aviation retention effort, just as a few examples. In terms of broadband, among many leadership roles in this space, MBEP serves as the executive director of the South Salinas Valley Broadband Authority, which is focused on bridging the digital divide in our county. Our third initiative is Housing for All, which we're going to discuss today. In this initiative, we focus on 3 strategies that combined will continue to move the needle on increasing our more housing production in our region. Next slide. Another cool slide for you. Advocacy and education, Monterey Bay Housing Trust, and the Employer-Sponsored Housing Initiative. Next slide. With the Monterey Bay Housing Trust, which was launched in 2017 in partnership with the County of Monterey as one of several initial investors to help high-impact affordable developments gain access to early capital for land acquisition and early design and environmental planning work. We have closed 8 pre-development loans totaling over $23 million and spurring over 600 new or preserved affordable homes in our region. And this was made possible with our partnership with the Housing Trust Silicon Valley, bringing the tech industry and investment to our region. We continue to provide advocacy and technical assistance to employer-sponsored housing, such as ag employer housing, school educator housing. Next slide. Sorry. And many of our region's leading employers, just as was mentioned before, really need assistance in finding solutions to recruit and retain talent in our extremely high cost and low vacancy housing market. Next. One major effort we collaborated with the county and the city of Salinas to implement was the suitable sites mapping analysis as part of the Salinas and Pajaro Valley Farm Worker Housing Study Action Plan, which was put into motion in 2018. Because of this collaboration, Monterey County leads the state and in most of the country in producing ag worker housing with over 3,000 beds available each season, so far and more on the way. Next. While we have made strides in addressing our local housing needs, the state has given us the assignment of making plans to accommodate more of our current overcrowded conditions and projected growth over the next 8 years. The county's RENA goal for the unincorporated area is 3,325 units across all income levels. We thank the county for their outreach and the survey as an example to really get a handle on what the specific needs are across our community. So we're here today to not only encourage the county, but to help provide more tools to achieve these goals in the coming years. We must have the right policies in place that incentivize development of unit types that address low and moderate workforce, the missing middle, as you can see from this slide here, the next slide. There's a whole swath of missing middle that we used to be okay at developing at and haven't seen much of in the recent decades. So not just the very low income and above moderate or luxury housing that has been, unfortunately, the results of most of our recent cycles. Lastly, collectively, we can meet these goals and achieve the mix of housing that we already see some examples of in our region. Next slide. Many of these are from our region, beautiful buildings that you might have seen at some point. My colleague Gabriel Sanders, Monterey Bay Economic Partnership's Director of Housing and Community Development, will review the specific policy recommendations in our updated white paper. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Again, I am Gabe Sanders, the Director of Housing and Community Development Policy for MBEP. I will continue to refer to ourselves as MBEP from here out, just for convenience. Up here you have the 5 policies that we are going to highlight. You can advance the next slide. Thanks, Melanie. The first one is about making things easier for you and making things easier for developers. Supervisor Church touched on a little bit of that in the discussions previous. Streamlining will make things lower risk and ensure that some specific kinds of developments that you choose and that the public tells you are the kinds they'd like to see and the kinds that will allow you to fulfill your arena. You can streamline the development of such housing through creating objective design guidelines and development guidelines in specific areas. We're going to get into some of those specific areas later in the presentation. Next slide, please. Density. Of course, we saw some updates there from Melanie about the kinds of densities that may be achievable on county land. Of course, with the limited areas that are viable for housing development, at least by current analysis, you will have to maximize certain areas that have access to infrastructure, amenities, public transit, and other factors that allow you to fulfill affirmatively furthering fair housing guidelines. Please advance. Impact fees again. We touched on this earlier. Between the conversation between Mr. Spencer and Church touched on the need to reconsider impact fees. And I heard the mention of square footage as the determining factor. We do recommend considering that for the assessment of those fees because it will, in the end, allow for greater density and a more affordable end product for the consumer, as well as a more viable project for a developer. Next slide, please. Funding sources. Well, the Monterey Bay Housing Trust isn't the only one. This is where you have to get creative. And this is where you have to start working across different lines, finding developers who can work together and take advantage of state funding programs. The Monterey Bay Economic Partnership does offer technical assistance in navigating this, and Matt Huerta is, of course, a specialist. So we welcome any inquiries related to finding new funding sources. Next slide, please. I know you've already started this one. The inclusionary housing ordinance is something that we'd love to have discussion about, and I think you're already thinking that it's a potential policy for optimization in the next cycle for RENA. But we can come to that discussion later if you do so choose. Inclusionary housing ordinances are, of course, well-intentioned. Sometimes they can get in their own way. Next slide, please. All right, we're going to talk about some sites. So county staff, with the help of county residents, have identified several sites across the county. We wanted to highlight a couple here that appear to be viable for higher density AFFH compliant development. So this one here is the mouth of the valley. I'm sure this one has gotten on your radar already, but I'd love to highlight what makes it a good site and what policies we can apply to it. Of course, it's close to transit, schools, jobs, shopping. It's got the infrastructure to support higher density. And it already has some of that kind of development nearby. There's a high density area in the southern end of the mouth of the valley. And of course, the policies we would love to see applied here and which we'd love to ideate with you about are finding ways to create by right approval for housing that includes affordable units. Of course, increasing density is a great way to take advantage of such a good site. And of course, the impact fees. Next slide, please. The Monterey Airport site already has an affordable housing overlay. It has, you'll notice on the slides, qualifying words like it's a decent site. It's not in the ideal area. It's not developed already because the mouth of the valley has existing grocery, has existing sources of jobs. It's a little bit higher on the list for viability, but this site is close enough to both Seaside and Monterey. With adequate public transit, it could be a viable site for delivering affordable housing for folks who are working in one of those two cities or any of the other cities on the peninsula, potentially compared to a more remote area. And of course, most of the same policies that we would apply for the mouth of the valley are applicable here. There are some more restrictions on infrastructure, given that it would be mostly greenfield development. And of course, closer to some of the school districts that are in Seaside and Monterey, there could be collaboration for funding. And again, we welcome discussion, and MBUP would happily discuss this in terms of the technical assistance required to figure out what makes this a site and what could be done with it. Next slide, please. All right, this is just a little plug. We have some events coming up. We'd love to see any of you there, anybody listening online. Our State of the Region will be on November 2nd, and we'll hope to see all of you there. We have a lot of projects that are advancing and which we'll have some wonderful report outs on November 2nd at the State of the Region. Next slide, please. Thanks. If you have any questions for me or Matt, do let us know.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Melanie, back to you. Any additional comments, or are we just opening up for questions at this point?
No, I think this item is intended to be a discussion item for the board based on what you're hearing and some guidance to staff.
We'll go to Supervisor Jaski since this is your referral first.
Thank you. And thank you again for indulging me in my referrals regarding desire to have some discussion about the policies we're putting into place for our updated housing element. As I've been studying up on the issue and I'm reading through our existing housing element, there are things that jump out to me in our current housing element, things like putting a residential density cap at 30 units per acre in our, and some of our zoning areas that are supposed to be high density, but recognizing that really doesn't even begin to maximize the utilization of the property that we have available to us to be able to add housing units and to hit that mixed, that missing middle that we have. And so as I'm looking through some of these things, I think that the conversation around permitting, I think we maybe need to study that, continue studying that, and make sure that we understand where those permit fees come from and where the leverage, where the potential opportunities to streamline those are. I don't know that we, given the conversation earlier today, I think there's more opportunity for us to understand that better. Increasing the allowable densities, which is one of the recommendations made by MBUP, is one that I continue to find myself. I live in a single family neighborhood, not in the unincorporated county, but the number of homes where we have 4 bedroom homes with 1 or 2 people living in them, even the density of the population that lives in our single family in some neighborhoods is so far, but yet the opportunity to put in ADU, we were looking at some zoning in my neighborhood, and the setbacks are such that it's really, there's plenty of land, there's plenty of parking, but the setbacks within the zoning don't allow for even a very small ADU to the front of a property or to the side of a property. And so I now have a lot of questions about the zoning and setback requirements within the county properties that we have already, not even looking at expanding out over previously undeveloped land. The impact fees, I think, tie in with the streamlined permitting that we need to make sure we really do understand. And then I I just want to encourage, I want to thank MBAT for spending the time and like really continuing to keep the conversation, and not just keep the conversation around, we need more housing, someone should do something, we need more housing, but really like like putting together very actionable recommendations that we can consider so that we as policymakers, as cities, as counties have something that we can point to and look to and helps us frame the questions that we need to be asking our staff and the direction that we need to be giving. So I want to thank you for pulling this together. I want to encourage anyone who's interested in actually being solution oriented to look into what we have available to us. And I think the message that I want to send back to our county folks as we continue to work through our housing element update is that this idea that we have a lot of single family homes, and it's really easy to default back to a single family home development. But what we know we need in order to get the housing that we need is going to be it's going to look like a higher density, and it's going to look like something that's different than maybe what we've had. But we have to really figure out how to do that here in the locations where it makes sense, and look at the areas where we've already developed and figure out what kind of rezoning for the future might make sense in areas where we have transportation, where we have water, where all of these affirmatively fair housing requirements are met. So just continuing to make that plug. And again, thank my colleagues for just being willing to continue talking about housing. We know it's one of the biggest challenges facing our residents in all districts.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any comments from the public? Let's go to comments and then we'll bring this back to the board.
Yes, hello, Kevin Dayton, representing Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce, Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce, Salinas City Center Improvement Association. First of all, thank you, Supervisor Askew, for doing these referrals for some accountability on the development of the sixth cycle housing element. I think it's good to have this routinely come before the Board of Supervisors for discussion. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't have a long row of people here talking about this, but because this is the boring things. And I know the challenge you have. I actually just created, while I was sitting here, your latest regional housing needs allocation. And yeah, that moderate income, the so-called missing middle, almost every local government, I'd say in the state, is probably deficient in that. You're at 12.4%. 35 units out of 283 with 1 year to go. But you've done well in some other areas. You actually exceeded your allocations for low income and above moderate income. You're at 60% for low income, very low income. So you've done all right. I do think that some of the proposals that MBEP made in its first white paper in 2018, and they follow up one now, you might want to look at doing that. You'll see my name actually in the MBEP report talking about that 2018 evaluation, where I looked at 9 different local governments in the Bay Area and the Monterey Bay Area to see how they were progressing. And I think Monterey County, there's a lot that you can do. One of those was mentioned just earlier by Supervisor Church. I heard staff say, "Oh, that can't be done. That wouldn't work." But might want to look at some of those things like assessing fees based on square foot area rather than unit. Would that help to produce some of those smaller units? Obviously, when you look at the poor area with the moderate income, you think of those small houses that the working class used to use, and we don't have them anymore. So keep up the work.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Anyone else online?
There are a couple hands raised.
Okay,
Esther Malkin. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi. I wanted to point out that, yes, we need more housing. We need more housing. We need more housing. But because that housing can't be built overnight, unfortunately, there hasn't been much conversation at the county level about what you're going to do to keep workers, and which are your renters, here until you get that building accomplished. Now, when I started Monterey County, when I started my renter advocacy, it was Monterey Peninsula Renters United. And I was approached by a number of elected officials that really encouraged me to turn it into Monterey County Renters United for obvious reasons. But in the meantime, it's RENA, and we need more housing and fees and whatnot. while the missing middle has shrunk and the low income people are now very low income people, and we are not addressing the renters that we have, the majority of in many of the jurisdictions within your districts. So I want to thank Supervisor Adams for proposing this referral, because while you have a lot of data on where you need to build and what kind of building that needs to happen and for who, what are you going to, you have no data on the people that are already here and that are already the ones that are leaving because they're being displaced by the Silicon Valley people coming here, and the pandemic fast-tracked that. And so we have got to address these issues simultaneously. Otherwise, you're going to be left with a very elitist group of residents in your county, and in your individual districts, it'll show even more. So hopefully at some point I can do a presentation for you guys when we get that renter data, and we could have equal time at the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person.
Jose Torres.
Hi, good afternoon. Greetings, Chair Alejo and Board of Supervisors. Jose Torres here, housing advocate with Landwatch Monterey County. I'm closely working with the county and the cities across the county, closely following and reviewing the current housing element updates. And I'm here to thank Supervisor Askew for bringing this conversation up today, and thank Mr. Huerta and Mr. Sanders for their very informative presentation. And also here to voice our support for the 5 practical policies being proposed by MBEP, which do aim at developing more equitable housing policy and programming ideas that are being suggested today are in alignment with what Landwatch is also proposing. But as you may know, as many of you know, Gabriel Sanders was a major contributing author to both housing principles. So thank you again for your consideration and your work in moving forward and planning for affordable housing for the next 8 years and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
No.
Okay, we'll go to this gentleman in Chambers. Thank you very much for joining us.
My name's Jose Canchola, and I was going to stay mom, but as a blue collar worker, I'd like to say first of all, thank you to all of you for even having it on the agenda, but as a blue collar worker, I can tell you that affordable housing is imperative, but it's imperative from so many different perspectives, from the mental health of people to, just that blue collar worker wanting to, that American dream, right? You own your home. But I think we're missing the key here. We're failing our children. We're failing the future. Our children are the future. And for them to be successful, they need to be able to come home and say, hey, this is our home, and at $4,000 for a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, that's just completely, you have to be an elitist. You have to be in that upper income bracket. I work hard. I'm that blue collar worker. And I want my children to be able to say, hey, I'm coming home to my home, but it's unaffordable. What that lady said is completely true. What are we doing about it? All the data compiled, all these studies being done, streamlining the permit process. It needs to get done. MBEP, this is the first time I hear about you, but I'd like to say, hey, kudos to you for the different already properties that he's pointed out. And we need to grow on that. What's happening to all those people being displaced, all those renters being displaced like that individual stated? They're leaving. Are they coming back? I just want to say, let's think about our kids. Let's think about the future of the Monterey County, right? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Anyone else? Last call. Public comments. All right, I don't see anyone else, so we'll bring this back. For comments by other colleagues, Supervisor Church.
Sure. I want to thank the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. This is it's a really nice report. It's good. You hit upon a lot of big points that I've been really passionate about for some time. There's one disagreement I have with you, and I'll get to that. But we hit on those points that them laid out: the streamlining, the increasing the densities, square footage. I mean, there's got to be a way we can do this. So all these good points. But that missing middle, which is brought up, the thing to realize is we don't have that missing middle because since the 1970s, the average American home is 1,000 feet bigger. You got 2,500 and 3,000 square foot homes now. Those aren't affordable homes when you build them that big. Where are those 900, 1,000, 1,200 square foot homes? I live in a 1,200 square foot home built in 1959. It's 4 bedrooms. Yes, 3 of the bedrooms are small, but for people who want to go in and have their own home and not have to share a home with 3 or 4 other families, which these big homes force the only way it can be affordable. People don't care how small your home is. They just want their own home. And that's what it comes down to. And that's what we need to work in here and find a way so that you can build these 1,000 square foot homes that are not on the market anymore. And there's no reason we can't put 4 800 square foot homes where one 3,000 square foot home is. There's different municipalities, counties out there that have toying with different ideas. We need to go and incorporate some of those into here. A slight disagreement, and this is not my main one on here, is that this does call for, we need housing of all types. But frankly, what we really need is housing, affordable housing. When you look at the 5th cycle, we built above moderate to 128%, but low income, 40%. And you look at the RENA requirements right now, it's asking for 2/3 of the homes to be built that are affordable. And yet, when we look at our inclusionary housing policies, we're building 75% that are market rate and only 25%. That is, by following that pattern, we're not going to get things corrected. We're just going to worsen and worsen the situation. And that's where it really needs to think some dramatic, out-of-the-box thinking on going on. Now, the hot issue right now is increase the densities, which I'm all for, and let's reduce parking. That's where my only disagreement is. Because when you go around and you look at the homes that we're going to be building, or the people we're going to be building these homes for, you look into places like Castroville and Bajaro, down the valley, and East Salinas, you try to find a parking spot on those streets. Those people rely on cars. No one is going to bike or walk or bus to go pick lettuce, or to be a landscaper or a gardener out somewhere. We do not have the mass transit built up here. This is not San Francisco. I look around here, we got 25, 30 people in this room right now. I really wonder, have any of us walked or biked or taken a bus to work today? Just for those that are online, one person raise your hand? Okay. Well,
I bike almost every evening.
Okay. But not to work. And that's
city.
So I appreciate that, on the bike. We need to have those. We need to have that mass transit. We need to have the places for people to walk. We need green belts, but we need, as I said, we need those bike lanes. But for these folks, we're trying to, it's almost patronizing to say, we're not using this mass transit, but we want you to do it. It's not going to work, as we talked about earlier. I brought up earlier here, and one of the items that was on the consent agenda about how important it is to get out to parks for mental health and have and all. We need to consider as we do this building. Even though we need to maximize housing, we need to have greenbelt. We need to have parks. It's for mental health. It's for quality of life. So there's going to take some kind of a balance into here. But if we can build smaller, we can build more. And maybe we go about reducing our landscaping so that you have more parking spaces on a piece of property. There are ways that we can do it. But I do think, we have to take action. We talk about these things around all the time. And I'm hoping, from the discussion today, maybe some streamlining the permittings can be done and some referrals. Maybe we can review this on our housing. I think if we're really going to look down here and look at the specifics, we need to get people like the partnership or people that are builders, nonprofit and for-profit builders, to sit down and say, yeah, this is what's not right inside here. This is what needs to be changed. This is the little things that are not health and safety issues that need to be changed and we need to not have that permit process as well as onerous. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Supervisor Lopez, I would just say the highest Monterey Salinas ridership are the 40s lines in East Salinas. You get the most ridership out of any other part in Monterey County there. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, a lot to unpack here. First, I want to thank the folks from MBEP for continuing to be partners with us to highlight these issues, bring them forward, and help us get good data. And that helps us make decisions that bring positive changes to our communities. And with that said, I think one of the realities that wasn't spoken, but I like to speak to every time it comes up, we all like to stand on that farm worker housing and say, look how great we're doing. And the truth is that was all done by private industry. Not a single government dollar went into any of those projects. And that money is getting tighter. We know with interest rates climbing, it's going to be a lot harder for those companies to do that for their employees. And we're not just talking about the same model, which is a beautiful model that was created out of Tennemer and Anil. If you look at the latest project that went up in King City, it looks like it belongs on Santana Row in San Jose. These projects are incredible, and they're investments in the workforce that are coming out of the private industry that we should all be proud of, because it's a trend that started when this board stood up to a lot of backlash and said it was necessary for our communities. And so as we look at that and move forward, I think the one piece that I hear here that I really want to echo back, because it's important that we echo those points that really resound within our communities. And it's something that I've repeated, and much to the chagrin of some, and that is that ownership piece is critically important. I agree with size could be smaller, but ownership is important. Apartments do not work. We don't want to continue to see the pitch for 50% apartment complexes in some of these proposals for Southern Monterey County and our communities. And we don't want to have folks tell us what our community should look like. We have to listen to the majority of local voices. And I think that's critically important. And so as we look at these plans, engaging with local stakeholders and understanding what those desires are, which looks like ownership, which looks like a foot in the door, and not permanently deed restricted, as we saw in Morocojo, it's important. Our communities want to own. They want to feel that ownership of their private piece. That is the American dream. When I don't want to shift that for future generations either, because that would be failing future generations. It's important that we allow families to build generational wealth through that equity that they build in their homes. And so all these pieces are important, and they're components of what we do, but recognizing the partners at the table and recognizing how this valley is going to change, how this community is going to change as we move forward is important. A lot of that has to do with transportation. I agree with Supervisor Church's point again, to echo it, that our communities, you can't get between Soledad and Gonzales on a bike. Never going to happen. Same between Greenfield and King City or any of those other cities in between. Folks looking on a map think they're close enough. It's 50 miles from King City to Salinas. It's distance. We need to improve the infrastructure all the way up and down the valley. We have projects like the South of Salinas project that are going to keep families safe as they go through some of these critical corridors that are getting more congested. Obviously, we see it during the height of the season, but even in the off season, especially with some of the drains that we need to clean out near Chular. Thank you, CEO De La Rosa, for your focus on that. It's important. When that freeway stops, the world stops. The 101 is a critical thoroughfare for our goods and people. All those pieces contribute. Right. When we talk about where's the water, where's the opportunity, I hear it. I know it's in South County primarily at this point. I hear that. But then we look at the map, and there's not very many sites left in terms of the identified locations for housing. We've built it out. We've done our piece. We continue to do our piece. Look at the arena numbers for communities like Greenfield, who have stepped up repeatedly to get it done. So as we move forward, I look forward to engaging in these conversations in meaningful ways that recognize the desires and needs of our communities. And by that, the individuals who have dreams about not just their futures, but the futures of their kids. And thank you for your comments, Mr. Controller.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Adams. No more public comments, sir. Sorry. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I'm just delighted to hear the comments from my colleagues. And again, thank you so much to MBEP and to our own team for the work that you're doing, both on RENA as well as looking at other opportunities that we may have. I'm really hopeful about the development that I'm thinking will be at the mouth of the Carmel Valley. And I'm very thankful because I believe in so many conversations that I've had with the residents, they're very supportive of this because everyone wants families to thrive. And what we see now for the hotels or the vineyards way out the valley, people are having to spend an hour each way going to work. What does that do to family life? It really does just take a big bite out of the kind of quality life that people can have, especially with their children. The one thing that I might disagree with my colleague, Supervisor Lopez, is that I don't want to see our focus on ownership to the detriment of housing. You know, if we have to start with apartments and then people can move to housing, to ownership, I think that's fine. But I would not want to say it's ownership or nothing, because I don't think that's, no, I know it wasn't the comment, but I'm just saying I don't want it to be interpreted as such, because we just are starving for housing. That's all there is to it. I've seen a number of presentations from the Monterey County Architectural Institute on housing and what can be done and what has been done with just a block, like think about a garage bay, 2 or 3 bays in a garage shop, mechanic shop. What has been able to be done on a small piece of property like that, just absolutely beautiful. Do you know, and looking just at the one, the higher density picture that you included, Matt, in your presentation, you know, that's what we need to be looking at, just all of the different types of design, because it can be absolutely beautiful. And as I said, I'm very optimistic about the mouth of the valley. I really am. I think we've got good space there. And I think that we're going to find a lot of support from the community, but the infrastructure is really going to be key. And as I look at the Carmel Valley Road and see what shape that's in, when I look at the constant comments that I'm getting from people about bike lanes, particularly if you look at a place like if you're the mouth of the valley and your children are going to be going to middle school or, even, the river school, it's going to require people to be able to go to kids to ride their bikes. So we've got a lot ahead of us. There's no question about it. One final thought is when we look at all of this and the comment about the housing and the cars, rather, the transportation, what people need, I hope when we look at putting in a lot of the housing that we do look at EV chargers, because you can buy an EV very inexpensively now. And my hope is that we would be able to support ensuring that people have the opportunity to have that kind of amenity in their home areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for my last, for my comments, I should already spoke. I haven't spoken yet. For the question for MBEP was why I see that we presented on potential sites in the Carmel Valley and off the 68 near the airport. But Monterey County is so big, the need is great, and we probably have the highest percentage along the Salinas Valley. Why not focus on many other sites in North County and throughout the Salinas Valley? Maybe it's in your white paper, but only these two were presented today. Yeah, please. Yeah, as a question.
Those are just 2 examples. I've definitely thought about other areas. I've had conversations about Castroville. I think Supervisor Church and I actually spoke about it in his office in the last couple months. And I think one thing to keep in mind is the affirmatively furthering fair housing guidelines. And there are some considerations that staff have to take and that anybody would have to take looking at the resource designations of areas in terms of where you're going to put high density housing or relatively affordable housing, low income units, anything under the 80% or even in that moderate range up to 120 of AMI. An area like Castroville is not designated as a high resource area. So it would not be an ideal area to just plop some affordable housing. And in fact, from what I've heard in conversations with Supervisor Church and other folks from North County, they don't want to see necessarily more low income housing in their communities, just low income, mixed income potentially would be a decent solution for that. But of course,
who said they didn't want low income housing? Who said that?
This is feedback I've heard from the supervisor and from other folks that I've spoken with. And if this is correct,
well,
please let me know.
Well, it could be more scientific than an anecdote, right? Well, hold on. Let me finish asking my questions here.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead. I don't know if you had more.
Okay. Sure.
to why aren't we having a conversation about other key areas? And I'm asking this because out of all the projects that are moving forward, yes, these seem to be sizable and significant, but the biggest conversation we've had about housing are in Soledad. They're in Gonzales coming up later this year, perhaps early next year, City of Salinas. These are thousands of units of housing. And in each of these, we're talking about a mix of housing, right? Because as we all know, to build housing, the market conditions need to be right. Even for a nonprofit housing, low-income housing developer, it takes years to get tax credits to put all the financing together. On a private developer side, it's a mix. The inclusion area usually requires a certain percentage of low to moderate income housing. And then it all pencils out when you add the market rate to get a project off the ground. And that's why I'm not wanting to shy away just from these limited areas in the county, because I think we need these types of housing. And I'm also very supportive of building apartments for our rental families that are looking for rental units. But I agree very strongly with Supervisor Lopez that in these conversations, we shouldn't be shying away from one of the most important principles of empowering low-income families, which is home ownership. It's building assets. It's assets that could then be passed to the next generation, intergenerational wealth. That's how you really, in terms of looking at multiple generations, how you empower our workforce here to be able to build up assets and then be able to pass them on to their children. It's easy for somebody who already owns a home to say, oh, let's focus on apartments. But for other families, they do want to, just like this father was speaking, they do want to realize that dream of owning their own home. And so that's why I just wanted there seems to be a big part of the conversation that wasn't brought up here, but we shouldn't be shying away from looking at how do we have low-income families be able to realize home ownership. Also on the apartment side, to as long as we're not building more rental housing stock, the rents are going to keep going up very high one year after another. But we should be also having a conversation about looking at other areas in the county, all corners of the county, where we could build these opportunities for low-income families.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. We highlighted 2 sites that are ideal for density. And those are the 2 sites. We didn't have a long presentation in mind, but I appreciate you highlighting those issues. And I do want to emphasize that the 5 recommendations we have are a menu. They're not to be taken as a prescription, and not every policy is applicable in every place. And it's also worth mentioning, MBEP is conducting listening sessions across the county right now to get feedback from residents about what they do want in their areas. And we get a lot of feedback that in order to service economic and workforce development, housing needs to be available. So it needs to be available not just near high resource areas. It does need to be available in all the places you've highlighted. Home ownership, rental. If you can make it pencil and you can make it match the community's desires, that's the ideal outcome.
And sometimes even when it doesn't match the community's desires, right? That's why we're having all these new different laws come in place. So it's by right, because there was always the NIMBY opposition. When you say community desires, sometimes that's opposition to low-income housing, workforce housing. It was in Spreckles when they brought Tanamora.
I'm referring to the ownership aspect of it that you just brought up.
Right.
Yeah.
So the other thing I would just say is that I do want to commend our staff. We made some major changes to HCD, formerly RMA. We reorganized it to try to make all our procedures better. We got some new staff that came in. That's great. On farm worker housing, our staff prioritized the workforce housing projects. It's a model for the nation. We're doing something here that no one else has done. But that was because our staff, despite all the other projects he got in the pipeline, prioritized and got it through. And that's been a model. But then it's still, despite it being a model, we still get the opposition. The power projects in a CEQA lawsuit, trying to stop that development there. But I see some other opportunities for me. Gonzales is in mind because that's the next community trying to come forward and win over approvals. Has to go through the LAFCO process. Eventually will come to us. There's some negotiations that would happen. All these take a long time, unfortunately, to work out. City Salinas has property into their sphere of influence, and still we haven't seen any groundbreaking. There's lawsuits with the school districts. It's very complicated, unfortunately, to get housing done in the state of California. These are all good principles. I won't disagree with them. But at the same time, our staff resources are not infinite. So we got to be realistic with them recouping their costs. That was a previous conversation, so that they could have enough staff to pay and hopefully move these projects forward much more expeditiously. But for me, it really comes down when these real projects come through, and we have to vote on them. For me, that's where we really put these principles into action to actually get housing, get the ground broke, and get the construction started. That's the part that's always hardest to achieve in the many steps of building housing in California. I wanted to go back to Supervisor. Actually, you wanted to say something more, please?
I do. I just, as we talk about parking and the tension that exists between recommendations that are coming from the state, recommendations that are in the MBEP white paper around, recognizing that parking is really freaking expensive. And one of the projects that we're actually looking at, the county has some say and some influence over in order to free up surface parking lots in Salinas so that Salinas can do infill high density development that we say we want, is a parking structure that the county is being asked to be a partner with. We're talking about $50,000 per parking space. It is incredibly expensive, but the argument and the justification for that is by moving parking into consolidated areas, we then allow for the type of housing development that we say, that I hear us here saying we want. So the policies that we talk about, like, yes, Supervisor Alejo, it's like, let's build, let's get that, put the shovel in the ground and get the projects approved and done. But the policies that we have in place allow us to then get the shovel in the ground and build the type of housing that actually meets the needs of our community. And I think that that's why this housing element conversation is so incredibly important. And that's why some of these other concepts, like, yes, we need the housing. I don't want it to be cost prohibitive because we're always building in parking costs. And also, let's figure out how to deal with the cars so that we can get the housing built that we need to get built. So I think it's a yes and kind of conversation. But I just wanted to make that tie-in because I hear my colleagues saying, like, we need to accommodate for cars. Okay, yes, let's accommodate for cars. And this parking situation is going to come back to us with a proposal and a project. And if we can figure out how to afford to pay for the cars and where we put the cars, we can then afford and help the city build significant amounts of housing in the location where we want it to be built. So just had to make that connection.
Supervisor Church, you want to add something?
Just briefly, I mean, the comment here about was really about when we talked about low income housing not being necessarily wanted. Was referring to here is really with Castroville, which has had a lot of apartments put in, and that what I've heard from residents is they would like to have something that could be, as Supervisor Lopez referred to, or you did, Supervisor Alejo, about an opportunity to purchase. So I don't think there was really a disagreement between what the two of you were saying. I think it was just didn't quite have the right language there with this one being understood.
Got it. Okay. Anything further? Okay, Mr. Huerta, we'll give you last word here.
Ooh. So then I want us to say, just, it does come down to money. You're not going to get affordable housing subsidized, written down, especially in our high cost market area. Land is way high. Right. Construction costs are way high. Things go continuously higher, right? So the county, just like any other local government, if you want to see the home ownership for first-time home buyers, if you want to see high-quality senior housing, you want to address homelessness, we need to put real dollars forward, real investment forward. So that should also be part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's why I always say the worst thing that the state of California did was do away with redevelopment for local governments. It used to generate $1 billion a year for local governments to match private dollars to get housing off the ground. And the state hasn't replaced that in a significant way since then. So if there's nothing else, last word, Supervisor Lopez.
One final one, just because it's an opportunity. The community of San Lucas is one that folks know is near and dear to my heart. If we could fix that damn water problem down there, we could build housing. It's already there's lots that are set up for it. Chispa owns one of those. They've had a plan ready to go. Right across from the school, there's 5 empty lots, and the school owns one. The private family that owns the rest wants to build teacher housing down there. That school is running out of kids. right? Folks want to leave because they are afraid that their kids are going to drink the water. So just one more reason to fix the water problem in San Lucas is to develop an area where we can put in housing that really meets all the needs that we're talking about. So just wanted to take that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, I think this was just to receive the presentation. Anything further from staff on this?
Thank you for the perspective.
And as the next steps, you are coming back on the housing element with another more comprehensive report on some of the recommendations, right? I think you brought that up last time, that you were going to come with some recommendations based on all the input you heard from the town halls, community town halls.
Yes, we've been gathering input on the opportunity sites and working with our consultants to finish a draft housing element, which will then be made public, and we'll make presentations to the board and subcommittees at the appropriate time.
Perfect. Thank you. Ms. Peretti, anything? Okay. If there's any more, we'll just receive that as a update on this referral. Thank you very much. Look forward to this continued conversation. And thank you, MBET team, for joining us here today. Appreciate your presentation. Okay, we're going to go to item 25. We receive a verbal report on a referral by Supervisor Lopez regarding recount process. So we have Gina Martinez, Registrar of Voters, waiting patiently.
Oh goodness, here we go. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, members of the Board of Supervisors, members of the community. I'm Gina Martinez, Registrar of Voters. I'll be providing a verbal report on referral 2022-17. I do want to begin the presentation by thanking Supervisor Lopez for his time during this very long process. It has been 12 months, as the issue at hand was much larger than a single department in the County of Monterey. At the core of this referral is the need to have the Elections Department analyze and implement recommendations to facilitate the recount process. It is important to note that the County of Monterey is a general law county. As such, the Elections Department follows California Elections Code and the California Code of Regulations in determining the recount process and in estimating costs for recounts. One of the most significant challenges that election officials face in the state of California, not just in Monterey County, is that current law and regulations are quite old. They're based on previous voting systems, previous election administration practices, and they don't reflect what we're doing now. Further, in the early stages of research, it was determined that a handful of obsolete guidelines existed on websites of various counties. Now, these challenges create an environment where interested parties may not have the most current information to make informed choices, and they may be more vulnerable to misinformation from outside parties. And in some cases, their options might be limited by obsolete law. So in the last 12 months, Monterey County Elections has been working to facilitate the recount process at both the local level and at the state level. In October 2022, a recount guide was posted on the Monterey County Elections website. These guidelines reflect cost breakdowns and serve to facilitate the recount request and planning process. Further, the department implemented additional outreach efforts regarding the manual tally and escalated manual tally process to ensure that all interested parties know that we have these processes in place, that they are publicly available, and anyone can come watch at any point in time. Additional communication will be included in future candidate seminars and guidelines. Now, in December of 2022, a recount subcommittee of the California Association of Clerks and Election Officials was established to address the need to update elections code and regulations and to establish and document uniform processes across counties. Now, Monterey County made that request, and I am now the chair of that subcommittee. So the request came. The recount subcommittee drafted and submitted proposed revisions to recount regulations and submitted that to the Secretary of State. That has gone through the Office of Legislative Affairs and is now in the second phase of public review. So it is on track to become regulation in 2024. In December 2022, the department also concluded a review of the possibility of implementing automatic recounts. The County of Monterey is a general law county, and the provisions under California Elections Code specify the conditions under which a Board of Supervisors may order a recount and the process for said recount. In this case, an automatic recount would not be permissible. Now, our work is not done. Moving forward, the recount subcommittee is in the process of proposing legislative changes related to voter requested recounts. On Friday, August 18th, a number of these changes were presented to the CACEO Legislative Committee and were accepted as official legislative proposals and are now moving forward. The subcommittee is also in the process of a cost analysis and drafting best practices for election officials. I do want to thank again Supervisor Lopez for his time during this process, because we had several meetings, and also for the member counties of the California Association of Clerks and Election Officials. We've all put in a tremendous amount of work towards facilitating this process. This concludes this verbal report, and I am ready for questions.
What would be next steps though, to follow up on this?
So next steps, I can return with an additional report related to the legislative changes that would be coming through. If the board would want a fee schedule, we can arrange for that as well and bring forth an actual fee schedule. But my understanding is that currently we're providing the verbal report for further direction.
Yeah. First, just want to thank Gina for the work. I know neither of us really anticipated the referral eventually be changing really the procedures at the state level, but you've done an incredible job guiding that subcommittee. And I know that it was kind of a first for you in that end. And so it's really neat to watch and learn that process from where I sit, through your eyes, through our consistent meetings. And so just want to say that I appreciate the effort that you've put in. The goal from this was always transparency. And I think that what you guys have come up with and the point that you've brought us to is delivering that. And I'm excited to see what happens with the legislative proposals. Again, I never thought that a referral could lead to changes at the state level, but your tenacity and willingness to see that there were some issues that needed to be clarified and bring that forward to your colleagues has led to that. So thank you for your leadership and on that end. And in terms of next steps, I'd feel comfortable just getting a report back whenever you feel that those legislative efforts have met their terms, whether positive or negative. Just the final report back on where those are, either written or verbal, would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So on the legislation, would anything happen before the end of this legislation, or these are ideas that would have to be introduced as new legislation in 2024?
Correct. So these are going through the process now. They'll be introduced in 2024.
Got it.
And if we have an author in mind, if it all goes through, then we would see these legislative changes in 2025, and we would restart the process of revising regulations based on the new codes that would come in place from that.
Got it. So it deals with this issue on a statewide basis versus every county trying to figure out their own thing. That makes a lot of sense. Anyone else? Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I appreciate very much the work that you have put into this, because I think it has been confusing to people. People are interested in having a recount if the votes are really close, but how much is it going to cost? But more than anything else, I really appreciate you, because you've put yourself and our county on the map as far as transparency and really wanting to understand and work, have the whole recount process work better. And it just makes me smile to look at you. And I just wanted to tell you how truly appreciated you are, and your team is right behind you. So thank you very, very much. Very proud of you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Yes, thank you for the work onto here. I'm not up to date on exactly what are some of the proposals that might be coming out of this. I'd be very interested in getting more detail onto that. I know this was stimulated from the election that I was involved in from last year, where there was 18 votes separating the second and third place candidates. And, the thing that is particularly concerning is, boy, if that could have been just even a little bit closer, what kind of, are we really getting an accurate result? And that can happen in any election. I know one of the concerns from then was also the cost that would be involved in the short timeline. Is that going to be addressed by this legislation as well?
So there are two options that we are pursuing that would potentially reduce the costs of the overall of the recount process. So we do have options included in there that would help the situation. What I would say, though, in terms of recounts and in terms of the manual tally that we do, which is essentially a recount, is that every election we go through the process of manually counting votes. And in every election where we see close contests, we're escalating that manual tally and we're inviting the elected official or the candidates and members of the public, but really the candidates or the campaign members, if it's a measure, to come in and watch it and explain it. And in some cases, especially when it's a very small jurisdiction, we're going to end up manually tallying all of the votes should these parties show any interest at all. So there are options and we have exercised a lot of flexibility within the Monterey County Elections Department. We're very mindful of budget. We're very mindful of taxpayer dollars, but there's a certain degree of flexibility we have in working with campaigns so that they feel confident that that vote is accurate, and in working with members of the public so that they too feel confident that that vote count is accurate. In terms of a recount, I'm happy to come back and talk about where we are with legislation and to really talk about what a recount is, because a recount isn't just a recount. People watching a vote count, they can come and watch from system setup and testing to the extraction of ballots, to adjudication of ballots, to duplication of ballots and the manual tally. It's all for them to see, and the actual count, the hand count that we do after the fact. So that's there for them. But a recount isn't just that. A recount is also challenging batches of unfavorable ballots, going further into litigation. So when we're looking at that option, the cost is borne to the requester.
So just one little plug I want to throw in here of and I notice looking through this is part of the limitations we have is because we're a general law county. And, there are other counties in the state, Fresno, where our CAO came from, that are charter counties. And you do have some greater local control and flexibility for matters like this that come up. I've always been an advocate of charter counties. I don't think we're going to be heading in that direction, but I do think there is times it's worthwhile to look at in terms of what it can do.
If there's nothing else, thank you very much. Look forward to getting updates on that legislation.
Thank you.
Yeah. And please let Annette Diadamo know if there's any legislation next year that we could, the county could support and sponsor perhaps. All right, let's go to board comments. Last item, board comments. Want to start with Supervisor Ask? You want to go first? We'll go work this way.
Start with just a huge appreciation to Public Works staff on coordinating the Intergarrison Road resurfacing project during Car Week. They always go above and beyond, but they went above and beyond to make sure that our residents' needs were met. Last week, my team attended the Honorary Mexican Consulate's 20th anniversary reception in Salinas. We learned a lot about the history of the Honorary Consulate in Salinas and the work that our consulate does to support Mexican nationals living abroad in the U.S. Big congratulations to Blanca Zarazua on 20 years of service to our community. At the event, Consuela Zarazua honored 3 community members for their contributions to our region, including the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex manager, Jonathan DeAnda, El Pajaro CDC Executive Director, Carmen Herrera Manzer, and the Monterey County, our very own Daniel Gonzalez, which was very nice. Let's see here. Big congratulations to Daniel. And then 2 other things. I had an opportunity last week to take just a drive around tour. I spent the day with Supervisor Church. We spent the morning driving around District 4, and I was able to point out and highlight some of the sites and projects and community things, needs in our District 4. And then we did the same thing in District 2, and it was great. Some of the items on our agenda today were properties that Supervisor Church was able to point out to me and highlight. It's great. I look forward to doing that with anyone else who's interested. It's always a great time to sort of have that chance to talk, as well as to really feel and see the needs in other communities. And I think those are all my comments for today. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick comments. Of course, last week we had Car Week, which used to be Car Day. Then it became Car Week. Now it's Car 10 Day. And I think it will just continue to expand a little bit. But in 2022, there was I think it was brought in $60 million to the county, and they're expecting that it's going to be significantly more than that for 2023. I think in 2022 as well, there was $125 million that came back into our economy in looking at all of the wages that were earned and the taxes that were raised. So it was 125 and 60, and they expect it to be more than that this week. It really went well. I think the weather cooperated. Traffic, from what I'm hearing from people, there were a few times when it was bad, but not anything like it's been in the past. So I really applaud. I know what stemmed from our Monterey County Department of Emergency Services, Department of Emergency Management, to coordinate everyone so that we came up with an app essentially that you could find out where the traffic is going to be bad. So it really helped make the experience a lot better for visitors. Jumping on something of Wendy's, I'm very excited because the West End Festival is coming up in Sand City this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. And if you've never been there, it's a blast. It really is. They shut the streets down, and there are all kinds of art exhibits, lots of different venues for bands, and good music, good food, and good art. And you would probably enjoy that. And then our Monterey County Fair is going to come up at our Monterey County Fairgrounds, or Monterey Fairgrounds rather, August 31st to September 4th. So get your, polish up your buckles and get ready to have a good time. Thanks.
Supervisor Lopez.
Since we're doing crossovers, I'll start by saying I had the opportunity to spend some time with a couple of my colleagues in Mary's district as we helped kick off the opening of the new Ohana facility for children. It's a behavioral health facility with 16 beds serving patients from throughout Monterey County with really culturally relevant therapists who are focusing, culturally conscious therapists who are focusing on the needs of our community. It's a beautiful facility made possible by a wonderful donation by somebody who did not want their name on the facility, but wanted Ohana because of the meaningful representation of that particular plant to them and their family. So that was a great opportunity to spend a little time in the 5th District. There'll be another opportunity to spend some time in the 5th in September as the RCRC conference comes to town. So I encourage my colleagues to join us for that. There was always a sort of big dinner that happens as part of that. And so encourage folks to come out and join us in mid-September to learn and spend some time together. I also want to share that we had our annual open house here right after we went on break, and it was a smashing success. I want to especially congratulate Monica in our office, Priscilla and Julie, for pulling that off. It was a great opportunity to recognize our South County young leaders. I want to thank the Grower Shipper Association who came out and provided each one of those young people with an educational stipend, as well as Kelly Morgantini and Mike Novo, who've contributed to make it so that they each got a significant stipend for their time spent with us this summer, really learning from leaders in our community like CEO De La Rosa and others who they truly commented on being able to reflect in that person and see themselves in their own story. And so they took a lot from that, and they shared sort of what their visions for their career paths were. And I want to congratulate CHP and the Sheriff's Department who got major shout outs during that. Some of them were definitely interested in law enforcement, which was changes from their initial plan. So that was cool to see. Also want to share that this Thursday we'll be having a cafecito in the community of Chular, and we're looking forward to that opportunity to once again gather with community. And lastly, just want to share that I recently was appointed by the NALEO board to join their board. So I am now a member of the National Association of Latino Elected Officials, another opportunity to help share Monterey County's voice on that stage. I'm appreciative of the opportunity. With that, I'll wrap my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think that's the first time Monterey County has ever had a NALEO executive board member. Supervisor Lopez, before we go to Supervisor Church, for the RCRC is the ceremony happening where you're assuming becoming president of RCRC?
No, so we
the
hold that in
ceremony-
January.
That's a January thing. Okay,
Correct.
I just wanted my colleagues to know when the
Yeah,
timing.
that'll be
was right.
January.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. And January, what is that?
I want to say it's the 12th or 13th. I'll get you guys the date, 12th or 13th.
Okay.
Yeah, it will be in Sacramento.
Okay,
Yeah,
just so we could plan being there
yeah,
for you.
absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I also, wanted to mention about the great drive I had through District 4. There's never enough time, it seems, to see everything around into these districts, but it's, I think it's really beneficial. I'd make myself available to any other supervisor too, to take a look at the district. I do know the Bryson Hesperia area because my dad grew up down there, part into high school when my grandmother was a teacher. So I know the area. It's a nice little area down there. I've been down there for a few years. Did want to mention that, we just had out at, off by the health department on Sunday night, dog August days. There was, there's a lot of puppies and cats to adopt down at the Hitchcock Road Animal Services, and it was a nice event. It was a good turnout. I hope they were able to find some owners for some various dogs. Had a little town hall in Castroville last night. I wish the turnout would have been a little bit better, but wasn't bad. It was okay. It just we'll keep trying to work at it. We'll go out there next year and see what we can do onto that. Coming up this next Sunday is Aromas Day, which Aromas is a very unique community in that it's really 3 counties there, Santa Cruz and Monterey, of course, and San Benito. And this is a really big event through the year over there. The other thing is, I just want to kind of point out that, the Elkhorn Slough Foundation has been doing this tremendous work of removing these eucalyptus trees that are, fire hazard, destroy the native trees. We're filled with thousands of acres out in North County, and they're doing a fantastic job. As you drive along Elkhorn Road, you can suddenly see the Elkhorn Slough and out to Moss Landing in ways that, I've lived there just a mile away from where they've been cutting them down. And I've never seen that view before. It is widely supported by the people in North County. I'd say 95% at least are in favor of this. And it's just, I'm just hoping we have more good projects like that coming down. They just really need to be commended for the great work.
Thank you very much. And I would just want to end by just saying that it was an amazing car week in primarily Mary's district, but also in Supervisor Askew's. A lot of amazing events. The weather was perfect. And I love talking to a lot of the workers who were working behind the scenes, many of them who were local and from very diverse backgrounds, but there was also workers from all over the Bay Area coming in from Berkeley, from Palo Alto, from Oakland. It was amazing to see. I mean, there was a shortage of workers. They were trying to recruit as many local workers, but when that didn't happen, a lot of temp workers were brought from outside the area as well. This Friday, I think I'm going to be joining Supervisor Church for an event with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on the Pajaro River with some of our state agencies. Hopefully some other local elected officials trying to get some work done before the next winter storms hit. So we will both be there. Just for this weekend, want to show some support for this Saturday. The PAL car show here in Old Town Salinas will be taking place. It's the biggest car show, I think. Well, not the biggest because there was one bigger at the airport, but one of the biggest events in Old Town Salinas and a really popular event for the community. And on Sunday, they have the Oaxacan ceremony, Guelaguetza. I know Seaside has one, but also here at Natividad Creek Park from 12, I think, to 12 to 5. I'll be there to support as well. So that's all I have.
One more that I forgot. The day of the car show, there's also a rib cook-off, and I'll be judging that rib cook-off with Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren. So come out and see us.
All right. I will be there for the Veterans Barbecue Cook-Off, which is held at the PAL building next, across the street. So you could see the car show and support the veterans. And if money goes for the Salinas Veterans Day Parade. Read out by County Council about closed session.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. There was no reportable action today in closed session.
And to close, everyone, I just wanted to we have an adjourn in memory of a Jewish community leader and the last Holocaust survivor of Salinas, Harold Gordon. This was somebody that we honored who spoke to our board and gave a special talk in 2018. Harold Gordon passed away on August 12th, 2023 at Ivy Park in Salinas at the age of 93. And he was surrounded by his beloved family. He is survived by his wife, Joyce. I think they were married for 72 years. And he leaves his sons, David and Stephen, and their spouses, Dan and Carol, and 9 grandchildren, and numerous great grandchildren. But this man has such an amazing history of overcoming so much. He was not only a pillar in this community for many decades, but he was a survivor of 5 German concentration camps. He and his father were liberated from Auschwitz at the end of World War II, and he later arrived illegally in the United States in 1946, and then subsequently served our nation in the United States Army during the Korean War. He wrote his memoir in his book, The Last Sunrise, which he spoke about when he spoke to all of us. And he gave countless presentations to the community to not only share his personal story, but also on the emphasis on the concept of forgiveness, which is something just remarkable considering everything that he went through. They had a special service for him at Temple Bethel here in Salinas last Friday. I want to thank the cantor for letting me know, and also for the local press who have covered his remarkable life and story and all that he gave back throughout his lifetime. So we want to journey in his memory, and we wish our condolences and our deepest sympathies to his wife and all his family and his friends. The last thing I would just want to add it with the indulgence of our board here is just to adjourn today also in memory of all our fellow Americans who passed away during the tragic fire in Lahaina in Maui. I think there's been 114 deaths now. 850 people are still missing. So we want to express our sympathy to our fellow Americans in Hawaii for all they lost, and that community who was just devastated in a way that many of us have never seen in our lifetime. So with that, we will adjourn in memory of these great Americans. Thank you very much.